What up?
Hello. Hello, world. Hello, internet. Hello, Chase.
Hello, Christian Gadfly. How doest thou?
Doing all right. Doing all right. Just trying to tame some buffalo.
Hmm. I hear it's tough nowadays.
Mm-hmm. It's been a tough season.
Right.
We got a call-in stream planned tonight. Is that correct?
That's true. So I'll go ahead and post the link in. I can do it in both chats real quick.
And then what particular group, or is it just everybody? Who should be coming on tonight?
Yeah, so I just kind of cast the net, but atheists is Muslims, Mormons, Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventists. Actually, there's no way to. Hmm.
To the
Okay.
whole world. We're taking on everybody tonight.
Yes.
We're taking on the
Uh,
bagpipers and the drummers.
I
We're
don't want
taking
to.
on the
I
flute players.
okay. So I now realize that I still don't have the Defending a Lion YouTube channel information. So I think I am a mod. Can the I wonder if a mod can pin
Are y'all
comments.
picking up that lawnmower on my mic? Y'all hear all that
I
racket?
cannot. Oh,
I'll turn mine off till I say something.
uh, I can't hear anything.
I'll put it back on. If it gets annoying, people in the chat just let me know, and then I will mute myself again. It's always whenever I get
It's very
with a
faint.
mic and I start recording, a bunch of racket happens.
I
Is it-
pinned the link in my channel. I just didn't do it for Christian because he has to do it himself.
Yeah, if you
Also
would do
because I'm
that.
not a mod on his channel. But
You can be. I just don't know how to do it.
anyway,
I
I'm
wish
going
you
to bed.
were.
See ya.
Good night, Chris. It's
Good
not
night,
early
Chris.
enough for the Turtle Club.
All right. Well, I'll get the link from you. You're on Defending a Lion.
Mm-hmm. Well, just what do you mean the link? It's just the URL in your tab. It's running. Oh, I don't know. Uh, not 100% sure. I think I know who this is. Hello.
Hey.
How we doing?
That would be what one of our calls in would be.
Right.
That person saved that burp just for us.
Okay.
Did they
It
leave
was-
already?
Yeah.
That was it.
They just left. Hang on. It was Steven with Hebrew. And so I was like, oh, maybe Steven. But I was like, I don't quite recognize. And I was like, what?
I wish he would join.
I know. Who was
I have
that?
people in my comments that are like, I'm not going to watch unless the wizard's there. It's like, well, wizards, they're never early or late. They just come when they want to. And there's nothing I can do
when
about
they
it.
mean to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't even a fantastic burp. Epilepsy lighting. Well, I saw it down there. I was like, what? Well, that was a great first caller.
Yep. What's the join this channel to access the perks? It's not that link, is it?
No.
For the
it's just
callers to join?
The very well, I assume it's just the link on the very top. Like I always
Okay.
just copy the URL that's in my search bar.
But wouldn't that just make them watch the video?
No, on StreamYard.
Oh, that link?
Mhm.
Okay. Very well. That'll be easy to put in. What videos have you been working on lately, Chase?
I haven't been working on any videos. I have been playing a ton of Project Wingman.
What's that game about?
It is an Ace Combat like flight sim.
Oh, is that the one
So
you were showing?
like yeah,
The
yeah, yeah, yeah. For those who don't know, I have a super dope flight sim set up uh with like a hot ass setup and MetaQuest 3 headset. But yeah. Um but it is one of the few arcade flight sim
Jen have
games
come
that
after my
are
camera. Hold on.
yeah, it's one of the few arcade flight sim games that have VR. So a lot of the other flight sim games are just like 30 minutes of flight checks and then hyper realistic combat.
So is it like super realistic?
Project Wingman is not at all realistic, no. But a lot of other flight sims are like
I tried a
VTOL
hyper
VR.
realistic sim of driving and I was terrible on it.
Yeah. Are you a good driver in real life though? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I'm fine in real life.
Oh, you are way behind.
Is this finally coming back on? Come on, camera. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, but you are like way, way
Oh,
behind.
Lord have mercy. Oh, okay. Well, maybe my internet's just bad. I'm off in the country.
Yeah.
I'll try plugging it on the other side. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yes, most flight sims are very realistic. So like well, most VR flight sims. So like Microsoft Flight Simulator is hyper realistic, supports VR. DCS World is also hyper realistic that supports VR. Um VTOL is not hyper realistic, but it's semi realistic, but it supports VR. And then Project Wingman is arcade and it supports VR. There are plenty of flight sims that are oh, his devices are not connected. Anyways, there are plenty of flight sims out there, but a lot of them are flat screen only. So,
I did a video on Gnosticism. Can you hear me right now?
mm-hmm.
Okay, wow, that's bad lag. I did a video on Gnosticism comparing it with Islam, and there's a bunch of interesting parallels in that both of the cults try to redefine a whole bunch of terms such that whenever they're speaking and saying things, it sounds like they're saying Christian sounding things, but really they're saying completely different theology. It reminds me a lot of Mormonism. And okay, my camera on Phil Moore is working fine. That's so oh, it tried to work for a second. Did you see that?
I did.
Well, we'll just go without my camera going on. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah, and the next I want to do a video on Troll 2. Have you ever seen Troll 2?
Bro. No, I haven't seen Troll 2. You've only posted the trailer like you've only posted the the trailer in the Discord like 4 times.
Well, you know, you got to evangelize to spread the good news. So
Right.
Troll 2 was this movie that was made by this Italian couple who could barely speak English. And the plot is that there's all these trolls. Well, actually, they aren't trolls, they're goblins. And the goblins want to eat people, but they're vegetarians. And so they make the people drink this green slop that turns them into vegetables before they can eat them. So it's a
What?
horror movie. It's from 1990, but it's so horribly done that it's hysterical.
Wait a minute. So you said it's an Italian couple made it?
Yeah, they could barely speak English, and it's filmed, I think, in Utah, and it's all these Mormon actors who can't act. How to get
So people who don't understand American culture and norms came over to America, found the least American Americans, and then made a movie
well, and
about
it
small town America with
yeah.
goblins.
And here's what's interesting is there's actually a lot of parallels with Islam. So I don't want to get into everything I'm going to have in the video, but there's the thing that powers up all of these goblins is this big stone that they all kind of like worship, sort of. And
Right.
the whole movie is set up to be, it's named like a sequel for the original movie Troll, which was a decently big hit in the 80s. But the Troll 2 has nothing to do with Troll 1 at all. So it's kind of like I came confirming what came before, but then it has nothing to do with what came before.
All right. Yeah.
So same kind of vibes there. See settings.
Yeah. I almost thought about kidnapping Gadfly. He'd have better Wi-Fi in my trunk.
I'm trying to find. I don't know. Talk to the people about your life while I try to get my camera working. I can't find. I'm gonna do some troubleshooting and see if the browser's trying to block it for some reason, because it's working in other programs like Filmora.
Well, it may just be a problem with like trying to stream it. Like it may work locally, but not over the interwebs. But I don't know that. My life is relatively boring. Other than like apologetics, my hobbies. I've had many hobbies over the years. Flight sim is just the newest one.
What would
I have a
you
feeling
give?
acoustic.
Let's go through the worldviews and talk about what your arguments are against each position.
Sure.
And do like, yeah, if you had like a 3-minute TED talk to tell why atheism is wrong,
Yeah, so
or whatever one you want to pick.
So 3-minute TED talk on atheism and Islam are oddly enough almost exactly the same. So, hey, camera works.
Yep.
In terms,
But my AC doesn't, as you can see.
oof, are you sweating? Pull out my Elijah Johnson. So with atheism, right? It is impossible to be an atheist and not be a naturalistic determinist, right? So if you are a determinist, which also Muslims are determinists, then I have a single argument, right? It's called the rationality argument. And put simply, it is the idea that if your belief in atheism or Islam is caused by forces that are outside of your own will or control, then your choice not only is not free, but it's not rational, because your rationality, like your mind, your intellect, your understanding didn't bring you to that conclusion. Whatever deterministic means did. So if you're talking about atheism, right? We would say that, well, the chemicals in your brain caused you to believe in atheism and not your rationality, not your intellect, not your understanding. So it was because it was blind chemical processes that led to your belief in atheism, I would say that that completely discredits it because you did not actually use reason to formulate your belief. The same thing with Islam. Because Allah determined you to believe in what you believe and you had no part in it, then you cannot say that your belief in Islam is truly rational because your reasoning ability did not get you to believe in Islam. Allah determined for you to believe in Islam. So it falls apart. For Mormonism, my favorite argument is that the Book of Mormon mentions that in pre-Columbian America there was steel horses and chariots, which did not exist in pre-Columbian America. Wheels barely existed in pre-Columbian America, let alone carts and chariots. Horses will have died about 10,000 years before Columbus ever came on the scene, and these were generally very small horses that would not have really been rideable. And then in terms of steel, we have no evidence of any advanced alloys coming out of the pre-Columbian American age, let alone an alloy so advanced that it needs like superheat folding processes and all that kind of stuff. In terms of Jehovah's Witnesses, I would say that because they do not believe that Jesus is God, that they're false. The Bible very clearly teaches that Jesus is God, that he created all things. And then for Seventh-day Adventism, I would say that their belief that Satan actually atones for some of the sins of the believers is false, that they have a false gospel.
How did you get into apologetics?
I got into apologetics about 9-ish years ago. I think I was that old. I may have been a little bit younger, between 10 and 13. I don't remember. But my church had an apologetics study every Tuesday night. And so I would go to that because my dad was actually the one that would teach it. And so he roped me into apologetics. That's how I got introduced to it. And then I became interested in doing online apologetics after I got out of high school.
I got into apologetics because when I was 25, I prayed. I knew I was going to have kids one day and I want to be ready to answer any of their questions. And so I prayed, God, test my faith so that I'll be able to answer any questions that come their way. And then within about 3 months, I was an atheist. And I stayed an atheist for about a year. And a big part of my journey coming out of that was what you were mentioning about determinism. I kind of deconstructed everything. I was hyper skeptical. I didn't really believe in anything. But then I realized that if you don't believe in anything, you can't really believe in the value of truth either. Right. And if you're a hyper materialist, so you mentioned that atheism has to be a materialist. I don't think that's true, but it's true that 99.99999% of atheists are materialists. Right. Especially if you're from my generation with the new atheists and all of that. And it needs to be measurable and repeatable to be true. And all the Richard Dawkins stuff, they're all materialists. And if you are a materialist, then you're right. There is no rationality because everything is just determined by these blind laws of physics. And that attacks things they don't realize because they're all humanists and they believe in the dignity of humans and the value of truth and that you need to follow the truth no matter what. But none of that works if materialism is true. And so that was a problem. There was no way to argue for the value of truth, right? The only way that truth can have any value is if there's some kind of meaning to life. And there can only be a meaning to life if there's some purpose of what we're supposed to be doing. But if there is no purpose, then there's no meaning, then there's no value to truth. And so this thing that's their place of pride in all of their propaganda doesn't even make sense in their own worldview. So then I also applied that same type of thinking to myself. And I go, okay, well, if I'm really just deterministically put where I am because of the laws of physics and everything that came before and the bag of Cheetos I ate at lunch, then I don't really exist. The thing that I'm saying as so even my consciousness isn't measurable and repeatable in third person terms, and my free will isn't either. And so everything that I might be referring to by the pronoun I doesn't actually exist. So that's where my atheism actually led, was I don't exist and there's no point to anything. So it wasn't something liberating, it wasn't something that's like morally superior to religion. It was just like a very easily defended dung heap. There's nothing there. Yeah, it's like you can argue it, but what's the point of arguing it? What value is it if it is true? And so I actually got into some wagers. Pascal's wager didn't work for me because the same thing you always see online where there's 60,000 gods. How do you know you picked the right God? You're going to piss off Allah if you pick Jesus, and so on and so forth. But there is a binary that's simpler than that rules out materialism. And it's either your life has a purpose or it doesn't. You can believe your life has a purpose, or you cannot believe your life has a purpose. So let's run the wager, right? Let's say that life has no meaning and you believe that it has no meaning. Okay, well, what value is that? What have you gained that's an advantage? Nothing. Okay, let's say life has no meaning and you incorrectly believe that life has meaning. Well, you're wrong, but it doesn't matter because there's not some greater purpose that you're supposed to be living up to. And so no harm, no foul. You thought that life had meaning, even though it didn't, but it doesn't matter because the truth doesn't matter if there's no purpose to life. So then let's say that life has meaning, but you don't believe it has meaning. Well, you might squander your life and miss the opportunity to live up to whatever potential you were supposed to live up to. That might be a very dangerous thing. And I'm not even talking about hellfire or religion or anything like that. I'm just saying whatever it is you're supposed to be doing, you're not doing it. And surely that's not going to be a happier reality for you. And then the last wager is your life has a meaning and there's purpose to it. And you believe that has a meaning and purpose to it. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to find your purpose, or it doesn't automatically mean you'll get there, but you can search for it and you might find it. Now, what does that imply? Who knows? Something much greater than having no purpose and believing you have no purpose, or having a purpose and then missing out on your purpose to believe. And that doesn't take a whole lot of faith. That's not like, with someone, if there's someone out there who's like hyper skeptical and they've been burned by religion and burned by their past, they don't know what to believe. Here's something very simple that you could believe to take away from this stream. Just go, you know what? I'm better off believing my life has meaning than thinking my life is meaningless. And if I have to throw out materialism to get there, then throw it out, because anything getting in the way of that is not of any value to you anyway. Anything that keeps you from saying the truth has value and life has meaning, there's no point in holding on to it. And so materialism implies that, throw it out. That was one wager. The other wager then was I was struggling with whether I existed or not, right? Am I just a bunch of these chemical reactions, or is there actually somebody there? And so another wager, either I exist or I don't. Right. And you can run the same wager using free will with it too. Either I exist and I have free will, or I don't exist and there's no free will. I could believe that, let's say I don't have free will and I incorrectly believe that I have free will. Well, I had no choice in the matter anyway. Let's say I have no free will and I believe I don't have free will. Well, I had no choice in the matter anyway. Let's say I do have free will and I don't believe that I have free will. Well, I might constrict myself. Right. So this is like this. David Wood talks about this in philosophy. It's focusing on your locus of control, the things you can control. people who take responsibility for their lives and assume that they can have a bigger impact on what happens to them end up achieving way more than people that think they're just the victim of everything. And it's the same with free will. If you believe that you can have an impact on your destiny, crazy thing, you start having a way bigger impact on your destiny. And so if you have free will and don't believe that you have free will, you might constrict yourself. And then let me get the last corner of the wager.
Right.
If you have free will and you believe you have free will, you can lean into it and end up pursuing whatever it is you're supposed to pursue. Go ahead, Chase.
I was just going to say, even if you believe you have free will and you don't have free will, you can seemingly change your destiny, even if that was what was always going to happen. You know, like, because you don't, and this, I'm not saying this is a good argument against determinism, but I sure don't feel determined. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't, nothing about my experience leads me to believe that I'm determined, right?
Yeah.
So, like, why, I don't know, like, why would I, it's just hard for me to understand why I should assume that I'm determined when I,
and there's certain things that it feels like you're stuck on train tracks and you can't get off, you know? It's like, what a simple one is I love the taste of fried rice. I didn't choose to love the taste of fried rice, but I can choose whether I'm going to eat it or not eat it, or, you know.
So you mentioned that there are non-naturalist atheists. I was just curious what you meant.
Yeah. So just as a logical possibility, not anyone I've actually met, there could be people who believe that ghosts exist, but there's no God, for example. You know, there's not a lot of people like that, but they probably exist. You know what I'm saying? And there's no logical rule that saying you have to believe there's a God if there's ghosts out there. But just in the modern West, almost every atheist you see is a materialist. And then they always go, well, atheism doesn't mean materialism. It's like, okay, fine. I'll nuance that whenever I make these arguments. But I'm going to end up blasting 99.9999% of all of y'all's beliefs whenever I attack materialism.
But the real question is, are you a naturalist, right? Like, atheism doesn't necessarily entail materialism, but are you a materialist? If you are, then I said the right thing. So,
yeah, that's what they'll do a lot of times too. Is they say, well, atheism isn't materialism. They're a materialist anyway. If you sit there and like cross-examine them, it'll come out that, well, actually, yeah, I believe all that exists is physical matter and the laws of nature. Okay, then why are we talking about a difference between atheism and materialism? That happens a lot.
Technically, like, as an atheist, you could, like you say, you could believe in ghosts, but like the whole point of atheism is to be as strictly observationist as possible. So, like, I don't know. I guess, yeah.
We just don't see it a lot because almost every atheist you run into, they believe in a very, very stupid epistemology called empiricism, where it's basically something needs to be measurable and repeatable in order to be true.
Yeah. Only measurable things can be known.
Yeah. So epistemologies like that are self-refuting because you'll say, I can only believe in something if it's provable by science. Well, that statement, I can only believe in something provable by science, is not the sort of thing you can prove with science.
Right.
Yeah. Anytime you hear logical, so all that stuff's called logical positivism. Whenever you hear those sorts of epistemologies, always run them against themselves and they never live up to it.
Right. There's no truth. Right.
From there, I studied a whole bunch of different religions, as I mentioned in our stream the other night. And I only studied Mormonism for about 2 hours before I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of in my life. And I'm not saying there aren't smart Mormons out there. There's very smart Mormons, but they're like super critical, skeptical scholar type. Like, what's his name? Dan McClellan or whatever. Smart guy. I have no idea what he even means when he says the statement, "I'm a Mormon." Like, what is it you actually believe that's different from like a secular humanist who's a super skeptical, like New Testament scholar? I don't know. I've never seen what it is he believes that's different from, like Bart Ehrman.
Mm.
He's probably more liberal than Bart Ehrman. I don't know Bart Ehrman's political leanings, but he looks more conservative to me. Just kind of a frumpy looking, nerd looking dude.
Fox News watching.
I kind of like Bart Ehrman. So he was a big part of me returning to the faith, actually. Have you read any of his books?
No.
And he's got kind of a contagious laugh. He's like Chris that way. Bart Ehrman, he wrote a book called, huh?
You mean like Chris?
Chris
Like
defending a lion? Chris. He's got a contagious laugh.
If his laugh is contagious, but
if he starts laughing, it makes me laugh. Bart Ehrman, he wrote a book called "Did Jesus Exist?" and I read that when I was an atheist, and I was a mythicist at the time because I was, the new atheist movement type atheist, and that book basically nuked mythicism. Like it didn't just like call into question, it made it look dumb because it clarified the epistemology of a historian and how you can't just say, I only believe in science and then go to history, because you would throw out everything in history. You couldn't believe anything in history.
Yeah, it is. And even like, not just the fact that Jesus lived, but that he rose again is like, just historically, so I don't know if you saw the Andrew Wilson Candace Owens debate on Kirk's assassination, but in that debate, Candace was arguing for the negative side, and Andrew was arguing for the positive side, that Robinson pulled the trigger. And Andrew's case was cumulative over DNA, like security camera footage, eyewitness testimony, character witness, all, text messages and all that. That to me is very much like our case for the resurrection. Like, it doesn't rest on one particular thing. It is supported by many different supporting pieces of evidence that is only most easily explained by the fact that he rose from the dead. It's just like Occam's razor, right? We should not multiply assumptions. So why would we multiply assumptions that he did not raise from the dead when that means you have so much more evidence to explain away than believing in the resurrection,
Well, as a lawyer, I should have realized, it sounds so dumb to just say it like this, but that eyewitnesses are actually evidence, because you use them to prove up stuff all the time, like in court. But then whenever it came to religion, it would be like, or especially if it's old, you go, oh, well, that was from a long time ago. Well, if I write down a true statement and put it on this table right here, and 2,000 years goes by, is that statement suddenly false now?
Nope.
No.
You have to look at the validity of the statement on its merits.
Yeah. And so, there's kind of this idea, and maybe I should write these things down because it's getting harder and harder to remember my atheist phase, because it's getting where it was longer and longer ago, where there was these certain hangups I had. And one of them was that just like the age of the eyewitness testimony, but just because it's old doesn't mean that it's false. The other thing was a lot of scholars question the authorship of the Gospels. And I actually I doubted all of it too for a big period. The first one, though, I started to believe was authored is the one that probably the most scholars reject, which is John. And there's a lot of reasons for reading in John. I was like, actually, I think this might have been written by John. And then Mark and Luke became way easier to push too, because it's like, if someone's making it up, why would you pick Mark? Who is Mark? Who is Luke?
Well, yeah,
Why
they have already circulate. Well, not already, but they had circulating very shortly after the Gospel of Peter. You know, so it's like that's who actually wrote the Gospel. So why wouldn't you put Peter's name on it? Oh, well, because Mark was the scribe, and everybody knew that he was the one who actually wrote what he had to say.
This is something that really got my noggin spinning too when I was an atheist, was reading Bart Ehrman's book. He mentions that Luke in his introduction says that he interviewed autotoptai, which are eyewitnesses. And after he says that, he goes, I have no reason to doubt Luke here. And I'm like, do you have any idea what you just said? It's like you just confirmed that this book has eyewitnesses.
Right.
Like, let that impact you a little bit. Don't just write that paragraph and keep going on in your skeptical life. It's like, what does that mean?
Yeah, actual serious scholarship is so much different than what the popular level person understands or even thinks it is. Like Muslims will take Bart Ehrman and think he's like their savior, like their modern prophet Ehrman, peace be upon him.
They used to quote Metzger all the time, and they haven't in a while. They used to be like, Bruce Metzger says that the books are corrupted. And then I did like a short where I like found a clip of Bruce Metzger say that you could just like reconstruct the text and correct it. And then I haven't really heard them.
Well, yeah, that's
that anymore,
what Sheikh Uthman said something very similar in the
yeah,
last
he quoted
10v1
James
debate.
Dunn.
He quoted, well, yeah, he quoted James Dunn, but then he also quoted MacArthur. Well, not MacArthur,
the
but the MacArthur
commentary.
Study Bible. And he was like, look, it says that they don't even know what this thing says. Hey, man, whoever just joined, all right, and he's gone. But like he said, you know, though we have a great many manuscript discrepancies, we can very easily reconstruct what the original text actually says.
They always forget that second half of that stuff.
Yeah,
when scholars say that. At least Bart Ehrman will be like, yeah, there's hundreds of thousands of differences, and 99% of them are totally like not meaningless, but they don't have any effect on the message at all. It's like, okay, thank you. That's not the part the Muslims always quote, though.
Roger never had a devil fruit, so you've been outed as a fake One Piece fan. No, I'm just kidding. But he was a hockey user.
Have you seen the clip of that one imam, that Muslim imam, talking about how anime is evil? And he's talking about Naruto.
Yes.
But he just knows way too many details about it.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Maybe I've just seen the clip. I've never actually seen him talk about it.
We could play that clip, I guess.
Here, hang on. Let me see.
It's that same goofy guy that Sneeko talked to. I can't ever remember his name. It's like something. Let me search this. Asim al-Hakim.
Yeah, Asim al-Hakim. Sheikh.
Yeah.
Japanese cartoons. We can pull it up real quick.
Yeah, pull it up. I want our audience to see this video. I think it's important.
Okay, hang on. So I have it here. I'll put it on the screen and full screen it that way. Hang on. Oh, hello.
I'm still here.
I did do this for. Okay, hang on. Okay.
We're still learning, everybody. Chris said, I can't get on there. I'm too tired. And then he's just going to spam the chat the whole time.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
I feel like Chris is doing us like Jesus did his disciples, where he like pushes them off to try to make them do stuff on their own. Go find bread for these people.
Here comes Sheikh Asim Al Hakim. Oh, shoot! I totally did that, didn't I? All right, stop it. Share screen.
And I want any
am
Naruto fans out
amateur.
there to listen to this man.
I need to make sure
should
it is
listen to his
sharing
message.
with audio. No, it is with audio. Add to stage. Let me know if you can hear it.
What is Naruto? Naruto or Uzum?
I can't hear it.
Oh,
Why
I
can't
can.
I hear it? Why can't I hear it? Hang on.
Chat, do y'all hear that?
I hope so.
Ali says, I want to ask if what
Stop.
I can
No,
100% hear that. Chat hears it too.
Oh, is it because of that?
watching
Got it.
anime like Naruto is halal or makruh. What is Naruto? Naruto or Uzumaki Naruto
Like, knows the
is
Japanese
an
name.
anime, cartoons, Japanese cartoons that came like 20 plus years ago, and they started in series, and it talks about the community of the ninja and how there was a demon known as the nine-tailed fox who was spreading corruption and chaos in the place until one of their masters managed to capture it and put it and imprison it in his newborn child.
It's so much more detailed than he needs to get to his point.
This is. I half expected him to start pulling out the names of the characters specifically.
Oh, just wait.
I don't want to get like banned or anything, so I'm pausing it every day. Yeah, dude, he literally said
No, it's-
spreading corruption in the, and then you knew he wanted to say land because that's what they always say is spreading corruption in the land. But he said the place. It's like what?
And it talks about the life of the child and how things are happening, etc., blah, blah, blah. Now, lots of the people said that this is an innocent thing. But even the disbelievers raised red flags because this had many issues to them as disbelievers, let alone to us as Muslims. Among these things, for example, that there are subtle hints of sexuality in it. So this Naruto had a crush on his teacher. How is this possible? Again, LGBT?
Wait, what?
Is this teacher a woman? I don't know.
No.
I've never seen the show.
Who are we talking about?
Naruto, right? Does the
Yeah, I
main
know, but
character
he-
have a gay
he
crush
does
on his
not-
teacher?
No.
I think he's seeing what he wants to see.
Yeah, dude, I'm like, what are we talking about? He's got one teacher, Iruka Sensei. No,
I think he's
dude.
he's been. Go ahead.
Okay, hang on. He may have actually seen all of episode 1, like Chris said, because in episode 1, Iruka Sensei is like his dad, because like his dad dies shortly after he seals the nine-tailed fox in his son. So like he dies, and then he has to like grow up without his mom because she dies in childbirth, and so he's an orphan, essentially raised by the village. But Iruka Sensei, his like quote unquote middle school teacher, essentially, was like his dad, and he like felt bad for him. He felt very similar to Naruto because Naruto's like, you know, he was also kind of an orphan and all that. And at the end of the episode, Iruka ends up taking a proverbial bullet for him. He like takes a massive shuriken to the back for Naruto, and he saves him. But it's like none of this is sexual. Like it's very halal. Like like
He's watching with those rainbow colored glasses. That's what's
I don't know.
happening.
It's like how I view like my mentor or like my uncle is how I feel like that whole situation plays out. Like he's not sexually interested in his
And then the
teacher.
mule asked, has he seen like the whole thing? Just wait, the mule. Just wait.
Here's
how's he gonna
another
start? Just
thing
wait.
though. Well, so he also uses a jutsu, which is a technique that like makes clones of himself and then like turns his clones into like scantily clad women. So like that's sexual. But like his teacher.
Notice he didn't mention that. You know why? Because polygamy's fine in Islam, and so are fantasy women. He can summon huris. Okay. Well, what are you going to do? Condemn that? Well, no, because that's what you're trying to get in paradise.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he ever summons more than 72, so. Well, maybe he does. I think there may be one time that he summons like a ton of them. I'm not reading that super chat, the mule. I appreciate it though. Anyways, let's continue.
Is he a transgender? In one of the episodes, he comes in the form of a...
Oh, pause again.
That's what I said.
One more thing. I'm wondering, check out this phone number. It looks like something created by AI. Is his station like on the moon? Why would it be a number this long to call in?
Dude.
I don't understand.
It's a pager number. When you call it, your pager explodes. No. No, so
all right, he's talking about transgender something.
Yeah, because so in the show,
up,
like I said, in the show,
how is this possible? Again, LGBT? Is he a transgender? In one?
So the reason why he might think this is because in the show, Naruto uses a transformation technique that turns himself into a scantily clad woman. He's not insecure in his gender identity. He uses the technique to like pull pranks on people and stuff like that. But it's just like, what? Anyways, let's continue.
One of the episodes, he comes in the form of a woman wearing bikini, trying to seduce his sensei or teacher.
I understand now. So he at least is intimately familiar with the story of the show.
I know
this happens. This actually happens on like multiple occasions. Well, it happens on multiple occasions because I think he does it with Kakashi and he does it with Iruka. But anyway,
along with other men who act like women though they are men. So this is promoting transgenders, promoting homosexuality.
If anything, it's actually like straightenizing, if that's a word. It's like, it's very like, it's not suggestive to homosexuality at all. I don't know, like it's very much meant to appeal to the straight man, like the way everything is presented. Anyways.
From a hidden angle. As Muslims, we are very careful to what we see because we acknowledge that such influence of the media is very dire and dangerous, especially...
Dang it. Okay, there we go. I don't appreciate his lapel mic. I don't understand why you would have that.
If you took that clip out of context, it's fine advice. Sorry, go ahead. What were you saying? I just have a lag.
Like, every time he messes with his shirt, it bumps up against the mic and You know what I'm saying? Like, stop. Get a proper microphone.
It's a little free ASMR. That's all that is. That's that Islamic
It
ASMR.
bothers me because it's like, dude, it's not that hard to just run a microphone right up through the dang table where you're at. Anyways, let's continue.
On our children. And this is why even the most innocent of all cartoons may have such embedded messages, not necessarily directed to the Muslims. They don't care. They just want to spread evil and to raise our children on what they want them to believe. Even
What? That's not Naruto is
Who's
not
the they here?
I think the they is the Japanese animators. I guess.
Japanese cartoonists are trying to control the world.
I guess it went from the Jews to anime. I don't know. It's just kind
They're
of
trying to brainwash little kids into thinking they can become Super Saiyans. Have you seen that kid who tries to become a Super Saiyan? Who just starts screaming louder and louder?
No. It's crazy.
It's
Let's
not worth
continue.
pulling up.
No, this is already entertaining enough.
Tom and Jerry, you will find such hints when the mouse.
What kind of Tom and Jerry's is you watching, bro? Where are the sexual innuendos in Tom and Jerry, bro?
It's just a cat and a mouse.
What are we talking about? Hang on.
Mouse wears a bikini and dance the Hawaiian way of dancing.
That's not. Oh my gosh. Oh,
Because
my
he didn't put a
goodness.
niqab on first, Chase. He needs to have a
Why-
burqa.
Why are
Otherwise,
we
he'll lead people astray.
Why are we over sexualizing a cartoon mouse that's significantly more harmless than reading the Quran? Like,
That's a good point. Yeah, because there's always some kind of like
Dude, there's-
smut or dirt in these dumb shows,
Yes.
but it's like, is it really worse than the Quran though?
yeah, bro, like,
Does it tell you to hate
what?
people who don't believe like you?
Or the Hadith? Like, you're gonna tell me
Yeah.
reading about Muhammad's child marriage and like, no, you're not gonna tell me that, bro.
And tries to seduce others. This seems innocent, but it is not. Our children, when they're 3 or 4 years of age, watching this has a negative impact as they grow. So for us Muslims, we have to be very protective from watching such filth that doesn't get us closer to Allah. But Sheikh, it's fun. Yeah, I know it's fun. It can easily consume 5 or 6 hours of your...
He knows it's fun.
Yeah, I know it's fun. You can tell he's seen like every episode. It can easily consume 5 or 6 hours. How do you know that, Shake? But wait, let the man cook. Back it up for a second. Let's listen to him.
Sheikh, it's fun. Yeah, I know it's fun. It can easily consume 5 or 6 hours of your day because you're addicted to it. And the bad part is, even if you spend 6 hours a day and you've had enough, you turn it off, what happens? The moment you see your mom or dad or someone close to you, I'm bored. You've just...
You can tell he's lived all this.
First of all, how do you have such intimate knowledge of this subject, dude?
He knows every detail of the show. He talks about you get on there for 5 and 6 hours. You can't stop watching. It's just so fun. It's the funnest thing you've ever done. And then your own family is boring to you.
Well,
It's
to
like,
be
this poor
fair,
guy.
to be fair, the entertainment industry has very much cashed in on this idea of like instant gratification. And so he is making valid commentary on the
Yeah.
modern entertainment industry. Let's let him cook, I guess.
Yeah,
spend
no,
6
he's-
hours watching something you like. Yeah, but still I'm bored because this is an addiction. It doesn't fulfill the vacuum in your heart. And this is why we need to address this issue with Islamic Alternative, with sports clubs, with...
What
is
sports do you
okay,
think he plays?
first of all, what exactly Islamic alternatives? And I understand what he means, like Islamic hobbies essentially. But like the way he phrased it is like Islam. I thought he was gonna say Islamic cartoons. Like I thought those were gonna be the next words out of his mouth. I
There
was
is
like,
one. There's like a
what?
cocoa melon that's like Islamic. Have you seen it?
I'm good. I
I
choose
follow
me.
it on YouTube. I want to get it and voice it over for one of my videos. It'll get copyright struck though, bad, but oh man, it could be so funny.
I
Like
choose
teaching
me,
the little
dog.
kids how to make bombs or whatever.
No, that's what I was gonna say. I wonder how he views video games because like whenever I do flight simulators, like I wonder. Anyways,
places where kids can hang out safely and learn good things with righteous, practicing Muslims, and Allah Azza wa Jal knows best.
oh whoops,
I mean, he's right.
What's
We
up,
should touch
everybody?
grass, you know.
my fault.
Have,
Gang.
in your flight simulators, have you ever tried to like wreck into two towers or anything?
I wasn't gonna say anything, dog.
I
wasn't
had a
gonna say
Muslim
anything,
friend
dog.
where I used to work, and he was so funny. We were like talking trash to each other at a video game, and he was like, "Yeah, say something else. I'll wreck a plane into this building." And it made me laugh so hard.
Nah, bro.
No,
Well, I was
some
about to say,
Muslims are
like,
cool.
Shake, what if I play a video game where I learn how to fly planes? Like shoot down the kuffar. Is that enough for you, Shake?
I think Arabic people are fun. So this particular friend was from Saudi Arabia, and they love trash talk. Even the Dawa guys love trash talk, and sometimes it actually does make me laugh because I do like trash talk. But it's like it's too much. It's just all they do, and then it's just boring. There's no love behind it. But if you
Well,
get like some friends and you love each other, you can trash talk each other. It can be really fun.
it's not just that it's like all the time. They're like malicious. Like I
Yeah.
genuinely think that the Orthodox Muslim is so jealous of God Logic and his immense popularity and success that he just despises everything about him. And whenever he takes shots at like his wife and everything like that, he genuinely means every word he says. Like
He copies everything he does.
I know.
You know.
That's
See,
why
if I
I'm
was
saying he wants
him,
to be
I would
him.
like. If I was him, I would just be polite so I could get on people's shows, and that would make because that's how he first got his crowd of people watching it, was from getting on God Logic's show. It's like, quit running your mouth and be kind to people. Christians like debating. They'd let you on the show if you weren't a jerk all the time, and then you could grow your base.
Right. Well, that's the thing. They can't because they're just like horrible people. I don't know. Like, I don't know of any other way to put it. Like, they're just detestable human beings, and they legitimately cannot stomach just being kind. I don't know. Like, this has just been my personal experience of watching Dawa for years. Is like, you cannot stand being a nice person, can you? Like, you
Or other
actively
Muslims
have to
being
be
nice to
unpolite.
Christians. So did you see where Joe Schmidt became a Catholic?
Mm-hmm.
And then Khalil Andani was like, "Congratulations on believing in the one true God," or something like that. And then Orthodox Muslim was like, "Oh, you said this to a kuffar," or some dumb crap. Like he was just giving Khalil crap about it. And so then I tweeted, it was like, how Orthodox Muslim responds when another Muslim treats a Christian like a human. It's just a guy's head exploding.
Right. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Well, it's been like an hour. We had 2 callers. One came on, burped, and left. I legitimately thought it was Steven because like it was dark He had a nice full beard, but he also had Hebrew in his his little tag. But then it was like not apparently Steven. And then we had another caller who decided to give up after his or her after their stuff did not work. So I don't know. I usually
try
cap it at like
again.
an hour.
Evangelism's like fishing. You just gotta try one bait, it doesn't work. Okay, we'll try another bait next time.
Ibn Chris is sleepy by, I believe, Ash. Also, I don't know if he's Ibn. I don't know his dad's name, but that's okay. You're more than welcome to come on if you want, Ash. We're just kind of hanging out at this point. If you have something you want to talk about.
Yeah, we were going to take call-ins, but we only got 2. And they were both, one just burped and the other chickened out before they even got on the thing.
Robert, give me a good comic debate topic and I might. What a dope.
Where is it? Ibn Chris.
He is taking the night off. He wants to be sleepy by and rested for once in his life.
Uh-huh.
He's
so he
sleepy
gave you
boy.
management.
He's running, in other words.
He's running.
Yes. Yeah.
Thought I'd come say hi because you guys sounded like you were about to go to sleep or something.
We were about to wrap up, but yeah.
Not anymore.
I don't mind because Chris
Here
always
comes the Jew.
he stays up.
I can ask
He's
you
like
some
you got a
challenging.
green screen going, Ash.
No, it's just my wall and my down. I painted it this color because
Mint?
I got sick of. Yeah, well, it's avocado, but I got sick of. Wait, I don't think this is avocado. I think that was the other one I was thinking of. No, it's something else. I gotta look it up.
Aguacate.
Aguacate. It's probably that because we're in Texas.
Right. It's a Spanish green. You wouldn't get it.
It's a Spanish green. I can ask you some challenging questions if you'd like.
Sure.
Um,
Can I request that they not be about the interdenominational thing?
Yeah, no, I'll pretend I'm still Orthodox Jewish.
Good, absolutely.
I will pretend. Wait, that's a different religion.
Tequila.
Tequila.
Well,
that was quick. He's quick on his feet.
So, a lot of Christianity's claims, in order to be true, would hinge on the validity of the Apostle Paul. Would that be correct?
Well, in terms of like how the church operates and what Christian life really looks like, I would say that there are certain things that only Paul really talks about. But plenty of things that Paul talks about could be found in not just the other epistles, but also taught by the Lord Jesus in the Gospels. But like in terms of his apostleship and his pivotal leadership, then yes, there is a significant amount of Christianity that does hang on Paul, but I wouldn't say that it's most of it.
Well, a significant amount of the evidence for the resurection, for example, is Paul at his time asserting to people that would know to refute him if he was lying.
Yeah.
That more than 500 people saw the Lord Jesus risen, right?
Right.
So there'd be quite a bit that hinges on Paul.
Sure.
Okay. And the account that we have that would be the most valid would be the book of Acts, correct?
The account of Paul's life?
His life, his conversion.
Right, yes.
Okay. Now, in the book of Acts, which is written by Luke the evangelist, we have an account of Stephen presenting his case for Jesus to the Sanhedrin.
Right.
Correct? The words being used there are that he, at the time that he is kind of at the end of his testimony, he is filled with the Holy Spirit and looking on God in heaven.
Right.
And he looks like an angel.
Right. So we'd be pretty much correct in asserting that he's speaking infallibly at this stage, correct?
Oh, this is weird. Okay. This is scary. But yeah, okay, I'll take it.
Continue.
Right. Well, we know that. So Luke is presenting this infallibly as he is writing scripture.
Right.
And we can assume that he's giving a testimony of Stephen speaking infallibly, being filled with the Spirit. So Stephen gives this account where he says that Abraham purchased the cave of Machpelah from Shechem, the son of Hamor, or Hamor, however it phrases it, right? Or the sons of Hamor. But factually, this is incorrect. So it's Shem and Hamor is the story with Jacob and his sons, has nothing to do with the cave of the patriarchs, and is some 500 miles north of Hebron, where Abraham purchased the cave of Machpelah.
Right.
So you're talking about the modern day city of Nablus versus Hebron. So Luke, being a historian who writes pretty accurately about some random details that other people would miss, is getting this geographical location incorrect. And it's not like people of the time wouldn't know about it, because it was just a massive project undertaken by Herod to rebuild the structure around the Cave of the Patriarchs into this massive building around it that's still there to this day. So it's a pretty significant landmark and monument of the time. And scripturally speaking, it's the wrong people and the wrong event being discussed.
Okay. So you would say this is like a contradiction, right? Or
this would be, it would not a contradiction, it's an error, like an overall error in geography as well, like, which kind of hurts Luke's credibility as a historian, but also hurts the infallible claims of Scripture, the New Testament being Scripture, if Stephen is filled with the Spirit and getting these details wrong.
Where's that at? That's Acts 7, correct?
5 or 7.
It's not
5,
6.
6, 7.
What do you think of that?
I'd like to read where he says it real quick.
Well, and I'd have to just look into it. I would so if I was going to have to try to address that, I would first go to like an Acts commentary, see what they say, and then I would also just remember it is a Greco-Roman historiography.
You could watch my video on it.
Oh, I could.
Man, you just came here to plug your own dang.
If this troubles you, if this troubles you, see Ash's video. Yeah, so there's even like differences wherever the demoniac is, like the Gadarenes versus the Gerasenes. And so like with my view of scripture, I can deal with the Gospels being Greco-Roman historiographies without going, oh no, that means the Spirit wasn't present in the authorship of these texts. But before I bit the bullet like that, I would want to look into it and see if there's some theological reason that he's saying this, or what is the cultural impact of the location that he's changing it to. So I'd have to like sit and take time and think about it. See, like, what is Luke trying to express with this? You know?
Right. What do you think, Mr. Rogers?
Goldie Roja. Oh, Robert's here. Hang on. He asked. Yeah, I'll bring Robert up. What up, Rob?
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
Doing good. Doing good. You?
I'm well. I truly am doing better than I deserve.
Amen. Aren't we all?
Yeah. Sorry to cannonball in here. Ash Mays.
Robert, do you have thoughts on Acts with?
No, not particularly. I have more thoughts on that beautiful 90-minute performance piece Ash Mays and AP did last night. That
I
That
haven't
was
gotten to watch the
incredible.
whole thing yet, but I busted out laughing whenever I did look at it a couple of times. Oh man, it's so funny.
What's funnier than that is the people saying unironically that I destroyed AP.
So my grandfather, God rest his soul, was a master of dry humor, and I really thought that I got it. But I'm sitting here listening to this live stream, and Ash, when you bring up Jay Dyer, and AP's like, "Oh, you mean when he attacked me?" And you're like, "Oh, let's skip that." I'm sitting here like listening to this, like getting a little pissed. I'm like, "What the hell is this?" Just like, but I could not make heads
Ash
or
is
tails
just
of
so
it
dry. He's
the
so dry, so
entire
dry.
time. And then like
I'm
you
drier than a
randomly
Cabernet
mentioning,
Sauvignon.
then yeah, good. Then you like randomly mentioning like Kugel like
Yeah.
halfway through. I was
Do
just
you have
like,
an
what
emotional
is,
And you
response to
look
this, AP?
disappointed.
I was just like, what's going on?
Yeah, when you asked
The
him if
word-
he hadn't had it, like you looked like defeated.
The
Yeah, you
word
look so sad.
association was probably my favorite part.
That one was so good.
He was like,
I like that idea
he
for an
said,
interview.
he said Israel food. he was like, so I find a pattern here. You talk a lot about food and family. Are you a Jew?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so good. And then Ash, I got that Kugel recipe like recommended to me. Like
Oh, Chris told me about that. Was that you?
that was me. Yeah.
you got Shay's Taub's Kugel recipe.
And I'm gonna make it. It looks so good.
Your Shalmi Kugel is pretty dope.
Yeah.
Not for the faint of heart if you've never had it.
I definitely want to make that. I want to keep it parve, so I guess I'll have to use like margarine, but I want to try one with margarine and maple syrup and really make like a redneck spin on it, or like honey or something. I think that
I'm
could
messing
be
with Yerushalmi Kugel like that, man.
with the black.
Real quick, Ash, what is the name of the video that talks about Stephen's speech on your channel? Stephen.
It's something about like
Refuting challenges to the Apostle Paul?
You froze.
No.
Uh-oh.
Ash, can't see you anymore.
Now we'll
Don't
never
worry.
know. Okay, great.
it's because I went out of
Oh,
of my browser.
True.
It's refuting challenges to the Apostle Paul.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was an interesting premise to set up because it's like, well, what does Paul have to do with the validity of Stephen's testimony? I guess I'll watch the video and see.
Yeah, I think in very abstract ways sometimes. Which
No,
is
but I mean,
like a lot of Jews will bring that out. They'll be like, "Oh, this guy in the New Testament got something wrong," and it's like that alone is a retarded argument because, like, there are contradictions in the Old Testament by the same logic.
Very
right?
clear contradictions, by the way.
right? Yeah.
But if you take
I
the
have
full extent of that
contradictions.
argument, like being filled with the Spirit, what is infallible doctrine? What is infallible Scripture? What's the role that Stephen's playing? What's the role that Luke's playing? Right? How crucial is the validity of Paul? Like you have to get all those elements to actually make an argument that actually works against Christianity there, and it does fall apart once you actually analyze some of the elements. There's also some peripheral answers that people give, like Stephen is collapsing eras throughout his speech. And so he's collapsing Abraham and Jacob in the same way that Midrashic literature will collapse years, oftentimes, which is a harder one for me to wrap my head around because he's a Hellenized Jew, but they also have like customs like that in their literature.
And they
so
do
that's one
word
element.
connections too.
There's word connections. I think that there's an argument about a theological claim, like you mentioned. I just don't know much about that one. All I would say is there's a very simple answer as far as Christians don't view Scripture the way that Jews do, in the sense that if not every letter and dot and whatever is exact lined up and every manuscript is the same, like we know that the Masoretic text is not preserved the way that they claim. Nor any of the Christian manuscripts, right? We're looking at a kind of a consensus view of like what all the different manuscripts say to get to a general idea, the Septuagint, so on. So Christians just view scripture fundamentally different than Jews do, and more in line with how first century Jews would have, because this stuff about the perfect preservation of the Masoretic text doesn't appear till the 9th century. So when we look at the supposed error, even if it literally was an error, it wouldn't debunk Christianity or the claims of the Book of Acts or Stephen's testimony or Luke's validity as a historian. Because even if Luke was incorrect in writing the testimony, we'd have an issue. And if Stephen was incorrect in giving that information, we'd also have an issue, although to a lesser extent, as we just mentioned. But Luke didn't interview Stephen. Luke interviewed an eyewitness.
Oh, and,
and the other thing I wanted to say
eyewitness
too
event.
is I've had like cases where, like, I had a case where I don't know how many details I can go into. Okay, well, I'll keep it vague. So I had 2 witnesses I knew were telling the truth, and there were others that were involved in this. Client was trying to recover because a company that he worked with had disabled an alarm system, and then his property that was located within this area then got stolen. And one of the employees was telling me that they had cut the wires on the alarms. The other was saying that they had removed the alarms. And so there was a discrepancy, but they're eyewitnesses. They're both telling the truth. Fortunately, I was able to get a settlement with that case, and so I never had to litigate it. I didn't want to litigate it because the police report did not help our case, and I could keep them from getting that in discovery if we could settle it before things heated up, so I put on pressure. We settled, but it was like, just because there's a discrepancy in witness testimony, that doesn't mean anyone's lying, and it doesn't mean that what they're saying is false. Right? The alarm was disabled.
Right? You wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that the court, what do you call it, stenographer? Is that the word?
It depends what you're trying to say. That the
person who records
what everyone's saying.
Right. So the court stenographer is not a liar when they type out the testimony of somebody giving false witness, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
And if a witness says, hey, so and so said, like, let's say it's a criminal case, so and so definitely said he was going to kill that guy tomorrow, right? And he said, he was gonna stab him, right? Well, when you play back like a video recording that somebody finds, and it turns out the guy said he's gonna poke him with something and didn't say stab him, right? And the guy said, well, he threatened to stab him, and then he stabbed him, right? The guy wasn't lying when he gave that testimony. He just got the word wrong, right? So if somebody is giving an eyewitness testimony of who's not filled with the Holy Spirit, who's giving testimony of what happened to Stephen and tells this whole recounting, and a bunch of people do this, and a group of people said, and then he said, like, and Abraham and the cave and the stuff like that, and they recorded it wrong to Luke. Luke would be a liar if he recorded it differently than what the testimony of the witnesses was.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
And so it actually fits like criterion of embarrassment. Like, it would be much more fitting of whoever wrote this, who obviously got everything else right about Jewish history. If they were trying to lie, they would not have left the error in after it was brought to their attention.
Sure.
So it actually strengthens the case for the validity of Luke's testimony.
Well, I would also like to say that I don't know that being filled with the Spirit makes you infallible.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, I can imagine like a Spirit-filled person who just flubs their memory,
Yeah,
a Spirit-filled person giving testimony of the Jewish people before the Sanhedrin is proof of like this Christian movement, though, looking on the face of God in heaven. I don't know. It's
that's
hard
true.
to say
I guess
that
we're not going to know we won't know for certain until we get to heaven and we go, okay, let's see what actually happened at this scene.
So Luke, what
it was probably a much larger speech too, because just the way that a Greco-Roman historiographer would compose their works. They would compress things and summarize and organize
Right.
by topics.
Which is very clearly what's done throughout that testimony.
Yeah.
Right? Because as a Jew looking at him, I'm like, I get why this is important for him to say to the Sanhedrin, but as a Jew, this wouldn't convince me of the Christian movement. You know what I mean? It's like,
Sure.
Yeah.
it's like,
Hey, but that's a kudos to the manuscript preservers for keeping the embarrassment in there. Because probably
once they knew for sure that it was an error.
Yeah.
Right? Because there's obviously some reason why it's there that's authentic.
Right.
Yeah.
But
well, that's what
that's why I'd want to look into commentary, see if there's some like theological reason. You know, that's because like I've seen that like in the Matthew genealogies where they won't match the Old Testament, but then there's like really interesting theological arguments for why they change the names. Like there's one that's changed to be like a psalmist. I don't remember why, but I read this in Craig Keener's Matthew commentary.
I have a really
yeah,
fun
I mean,
book.
even the
Go
fact
ahead.
that like scripture point like the resurrection on the third day, right? As according to the scriptures, it's like there's not a verse specifically that says that, but
Right.
that's again not how Christians view scripture. That's not even how Jews at the time viewed scripture. Right? There's a general theme of this third day resurrection. There's also about Israel being raised on the third day, like as a people, which also lends credibility to the idea that even if there was an interpretation that says Isaiah 53 is about Israel, it could still be about Jesus because he's the fulfillment of Israel. In the same sense that rabbis talk about the servant in Isaiah 49, which is explicitly about the nation of Israel. Rabbis will say that that's about the Messiah, really. So it's like, well, can we play the same game? Like, why not?
Yeah. There's like a repeating pattern in the Old Testament where like a secret will be revealed on a third day, or like Abraham gets the sheep I'll provide the sacrifice, says God, on the third day. It's on the third day that it happens, whenever he's about to sacrifice Isaac, and then God provides the lamb.
And he says, it's interesting because he talks about going to bow there. The word for serve God is bow. But he also says how there's going to be a ram for the sacrifice. And then it's the word like la'avod, like to worship God. In the same way that Moses said, he says, we're going to go la'avod. We're going to go worship, but serve. Like the word avod is serve our God in the desert. Right? And he says, we need to bring these animals. And Pharaoh's like, you can't take the animals. He's like, well, we need to take animals. We're going to avod our God. Right, so that serve is always that sacrifice that comes with, right? Mm-hmm. So there's that similarity.
Is that the word for work in the Garden of Eden?
Avod is to work.
For work in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, and in the context of like working to the God, like that's like in that syntax is always a form of like worship of the divine.
That's
but it can mean work, but.
Yeah.
So Ash,
working in the Edenic ideal is a form of worship. Chase. It's the delay.
It is the delay. I was just going to say, speaking of the Genesis account, Starlink is pretty nice. Speaking of the Genesis account, I don't know if you saw Chris's or one of Chris's recent videos talking about how Islam is the religion of Cain. But
I did not see that, no.
I thought that was a very cool comparison, mostly because
Did you say the religion of Cain's? Like for beating people?
Well, that too.
I was thinking Cain's like chicken.
Raisin. No. Nah, like Cain and Abel, because you see Cain brought all his good works before God. He brought up the fruit of the land, and he would like, God, please take this. No, please take this. And the Lord was like, no, I don't accept that. No. I accept the offering of your brother because he offered in the correct way. And like that's one thing where people are like, well, we don't really know if, like, I have a feeling that the Lord probably interacted with them. You know, like they knew what they were supposed to do. I don't feel like Cain is just bringing him this offering.
It's almost like there's this like oral tradition about the nature of sacrifice.
Right. It's almost like, well, yeah, and so Cain brings all this fruit, and the Lord's like, no, I don't want that. and Abel brings the lamb, and then Cain's like, well, how come my works aren't accepted before you, but my brother, who all he did was literally just watch this sheep grow up in the field, why does he just get to sacrifice it to you and it be accepted? Like, and so then he kills him, and it's like, well, Islam, the religion of works, comes before God and attempts to give their filthy rags to the Lord, when in all reality he accepts the faith of the Christian, and they hate us for it, and then they kill us.
The real thing is, wasn't Cain was the vegan, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Well, we don't know he was a vegan. We just know that he grew vegetables.
Right.
He might have also eaten sheep that his brother raised.
I mean, possible.
Yeah,
or he's a dirty vegan.
I'm a vegan now for like
too.
a third of the year, because in the Byzantine tradition we do like long stretches of no meat or fish or anything.
Oh, you don't even do pescatarian?
Yeah, so the Byzantines don't when it's like days that you would fast, you like abstain from meat, you also abstain from fish, which is why you'll see a lot of people eating way too much shrimp, because the Byzantine fathers, they thought that shrimp was a bug, not a fish. So.
My favorite anecdote was apparently like,
or viewed it as a bug.
Period, they were
our priest said that. He's like, yeah, if you're abstaining from meat and fish and stuff for like the fast, like don't think that like stuff your face with lobsters like the way to
go. There's apparently an anecdote back in like the medieval period where like during Lent the serfs were like so desperate to not eat fish, they were like, that beaver that hangs out around the water a lot, let's call it a fish. And they would just go and like cook up beaver.
I've heard beaver is horrible.
Yeah, me too.
There's a joke that we used
Salvadorian,
yeah,
and he was telling me that skunk tastes really good, and I'm like, no. He's like, he was swearing by it.
I don't have to eat it to know that.
He was.
I'm not finding that.
Yeah, and he was saying armadillo tastes like pork.
You know what else I hear? I hear that Salvadorians are excellent practical jokesters.
No.
He's trying to make some gringo eat armadillo.
Ash might be onto something. That might be an oral tradition.
Yeah.
He seems serious, so we used to. He was telling me stuff that.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
The delay is.
Yeah, the delay's terrible.
It's bad. Yeah, he was telling me stuff that sounded like just Mayan medicine. So he was saying that like when he was kids, his parents would get fat from a possum and mix it with lemon and some spice and have them drink it because it helped them with their sore throats. I was like, man, I'd try it. I'd rather have that than a sore throat.
I can see how lemon with like some kind of fat would be good for your throat, but why does it have to be a possum?
I legitimately thought that you meant that his parents would get fat from eating possum.
I heard that too.
My mom's parents are rednecks, or they were when they were alive. And when I was a kid, me and my siblings were looking at each other in the car because they were arguing. My Pop and Grammy is like, Pop was insisting that possum is not greasy, and Grammy was saying it is. And so they're like, possum is not greasy. Yes, it is. It's greasy. And they were fighting with each other. Me and my siblings.
Is that redneck for greasy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Greasy.
A friend at church let me borrow this book. Trying to get this
Smokehouse ham, spoon bread, and
Scuppernong wine.
And it has like I think it's got a recipe for possum in it. We'll try to find it, but there's,
it's a hell of a brisket.
There we go.
Yeah, you gonna get the brisket off a dang possum? Yes,
it's greasy.
My favorite recipe.
As you can tell, I've got a high-tech system here.
Are armadillos halal?
You want to hear a Jewish joke? Like not a joke about Jews. Not a joke about Jews, a joke that Jews tell.
Even better.
So there's this guy who is finding it very difficult to make a living in this area because none of the Catholics want to work with these Jews because they find them hard to work with. And so he decides that he's gonna join the Catholic Church, and that'll, he'll be Catholic now, and he'll give up on Judaism, and it'll solve his problem. So he goes and he gets baptized, and being Latin Catholics, they just kind of sprinkle him and splash him with water, and they go, okay, you were a Jew and now you're a Catholic because you were just baptized. And he goes, oh, cool, that's interesting. And so he gets told all about like the different things in the Catholic Church and all the traditions and stuff like that. And he goes to somebody sees him at this restaurant eating like a big pastrami sandwich on Friday. And they're like, what are you doing in a Jewish deli eating pastrami on Friday? You're not supposed to have meat on Friday. Aren't you a Catholic now? And he goes, relax. I sprinkled water on it. I said it was pastrami, and now it's fish. That's a joke that Jews tell to illustrate that Jews can't become Christians, right? You're always really a Jew. It's kind of like,
Right.
I got to head out real quick. One last question for Mr. Mays, if I might. You had mentioned a hot sauce a couple live streams ago, an Israeli hot sauce. Is that called Zhug?
Zhug?
Yeah, Zhug.
Did I mention that randomly on a stream?
Now it's stuck in my brain because I work in food, but yes, you did. You said that why you hated the diet was because one of the reasons was you couldn't find any Zhug, or the Israeli hot sauce.
Did I mention it by name? Yeah, but Zhug is what you're thinking of. There's red Zhug, there's green Zhug. The green Zhug is better.
Okay, I was trying to find a recipe for it.
Yeah, I remember we talked about that.
I'm enamored, if you can't tell. I'm apparently having show and tell today, but I've got a Jewish cookbook right here. That's got
Zhug will be at the end. It starts with a Z, I'm guessing.
Thank you.
I think it's with an S. It's like Zhug.
The recipe I found was a Z, but it was it labeled it as a Yemenite hot sauce because God forbid you credit a Jew for something.
Yeah, well, it's very common in Israel, but it is a Yemenite Jewish addition to the Israeli culture. I mean, there's no there's no Israeli ethnic food really, except for like a few things, but
is it like America in that way, where you kind of have cultures bringing their own cuisine?
I mean, America kind of there's like stuff that developed in.
Oh, there goes Christian Gadfly. He just left.
I thought you got rid of him for a second for saying that America doesn't have cuisine.
we got like barbecue and burgers. That's about it.
Yeah, it's true. But yeah, so in Israel you have obviously you have like the Ashkenazi stuff like kugel and gefilte fish, and like Yerushalmi kugel is like a Jerusalem like long-standing tradition, but probably not more than a few hundred years. It's like a pudding cake of potato or noodles.
So if you've ever had bread pudding, that's kind of the literal translation is what I'm told, but you just replace the stale bread with egg noodles. And
that's one type. That would be Lakshan kugel.
Okay.
And then there's potato kugel.
Oh yeah, that's
and then there's different regional styles,
kugel, if you will.
Well, there's different regional styles of kugel, and then Yerushalmi is like a noodle kugel, but instead of like the just savory or sweet like normal like wide egg noodle kugel, it's a very thin noodle.
Yes, it looks like that.
And made into like a very dense cake, and it has like a caramelized sugar coating with a lot of black pepper.
It looks so good.
It's really good.
Do y'all's noses get super sensitive when you're fasting?
Like fasting, like in Jewish fasting or Byzantine fasting?
Well, just like my own Christian fasting, I'll go like 24 hours without eating food and just have water, and my nose gets where I can smell like a hamburger from like a mile away. It's crazy. Like I think my nose improves when I'm fasting.
Yeah, it's probably like a biological like response to fasting,
It
like
says
for seeking out
gaslighting
food.
burger.
Even like Cheetos will smell good. Somebody eat Cheetos next to me, and I can like smell them across the room, and I just start drooling.
Yeah,
I'm
they
gonna
say
look that
hunger
up.
is the best sauce.
I don't know if it's just my like in my mind or if
Hunger
something's
is the best
changing.
sauce. That is a good phrase.
Yeah,
I like that.
that's well, my dad used to say, "What's the difference between a good meal and a great meal?" About an hour. You know.
There you go. Anyways, it's a pleasure to speak with you guys tonight. Ash, once again,
Nice to meet you.
amazing. Nice to meet you as well, obviously. Just amazing live stream. I enjoy your content. Y'all have a
Appreciate
good
it.
night, and may the living and divine God bless you all.
Amen.
Man, we found somebody who enjoys Ash's content. No, I'm just kidding.
Bizarre.
Right.
What a weirdo.
About
dude.
dispensationalism. Yeah.
Well, all right. No, but one time Tom Holland, the Spider-Man, not the historian, said that hamburgers weren't American and that they were from Hamburg, Germany, and I about jumped through my screen. So I was like, "You're ignorant. Dude doesn't even know."
I looked it up. The science is in. Yes, scientific evidence confirms that fasting improves human olfactory sensitivity. Research indicates that the olfactory system becomes more sensitive and reactive to odors during periods of energy deprivation. So, yeah, that's where you can tell you're hungry. It's like I'm smelling the neighbor's food right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't had a single caller who didn't come up and leave or come up and burp and leave. So
We had one Jewish guy that challenged us and stumped us. That's why I'm sweating.
that's
right
true.
now. He
We did
stumped
have
us
a
on
Jewish guy come up and
stumped us
stump
on
us.
Axe.
He was sprinkled though, so I don't think he's well. He may be fish now. I don't know.
I wasn't just sprinkled. We really in the Eastern tradition we still do full immersion baptism,
Immersion.
I like that.
which
That's
my
the-
kids loved. They thought it was awesome.
What, swimming? No, just kidding.
Yeah. Well, they had to think about this. They had to get a bigger baptismal font for me. And so for my kids, that's basically a swimming pool. So
Baptismo, the Greek word, it means dunk. It's even, I was laughing when I was reading the Greek. Whenever they're at the Last Supper and they're dunking the bread, it's the same verb.
in
Dunking it.
Jordani baptizomenos o Kyrie,
You're getting stream banned.
triados ephanerothi proskinisis. Yes, baptizomeno.
Dude, put some echoes on that. That'd be awesome. I like to listen to Eastern Orthodox chant like in the morning when I'm like reading my Bible or praying or whatever.
You mean you don't listen to Ed Sheeran?
So
And
that's the hymn for
read the Message Bible?
for like the theophany, like the baptism in the Jordan, right? So that's like the very famous hymn for that, and it's basically any time that there's anything to do with baptism or holy water, like that's the hymn that's like very commonly used. So our priest came and did this like blessing for our house, and he was like going around and like I don't know if it's like a deeply religious thing or if he's just has an awesome sense of humor, but our priest just loves throwing holy water at everything. So
I would if I had that power. Like if I had it handy, you know.
So he goes around and he's like spraying holy water like all around the house and gets it on my computer.
Wait, what?
There's not a demon within 100 miles of that place.
Yeah, seriously. But my
I
kids
feel like-
loved it. Like that was just awesome for them, like walking around the house and like spraying holy water and everything.
Yo, wait a minute.
Yeah. It's pretty fun.
If you put
We do that
holy
on the Feast of
water
Elijah,
on-
also on the cars. Like they go out in the parking lot. Then our priest makes corny jokes about how that was the first combustion engine was the Elijah's chariot.
Oh, right. Well, hang on. If you put holy water on the fire, does the fire become into holy?
Holy fire.
Holy Ghost fire.
All I know is that holy fire, I'm not testing it anywhere near my beard.
Right.
I've seen it burn stuff.
Right.
You know what I always
down.
thought was interesting about the holy fire thing? Like, not to mock like the Eastern Orthodox people, that like that's a very like beautiful ceremony and everything. Like I do think that is a very cool thing. But the claims about it not burning stuff, it's like,
Sit
oh,
in it.
you're transferring it from candle to candle.
Yeah,
You know how fire works.
Wait, what? Holy fire? Hang on.
So there's the
I'm
holy
just
fire that
watching
lights
video.
for like without a flame. It comes on its own every Pascha, like at the Church of the Sepulchre, right? And there's speculation about how that happens. But they claim that it doesn't burn within the first like once it comes into the thing there, it doesn't burn you within the first like few minutes. And you see people like really putting their hands through it and stuff like that. But it's like
You can do
they're
that.
lighting thousands
that-
of candles from it. So it
You can
obviously
do that with
burns.
normal fire, right? Like if you pass your hand.
Right, people have shown it and like debunked the videos claiming that it doesn't burn and stuff like that. But even just on a logical level, like you're lighting another candle from
Another
it, and catching
candle.
something else on fire.
Right.
That wick certainly thinks it's burning other things.
Yeah, unless it only goes from candle to candle.
Right. Infallibly so.
Yeah. What if I wanted to light a torch? Would it light it?
If you put, it's like in the Avengers movie. If you put Thor's hammer in an elevator, the elevator may still go up, but that does not mean that the elevator is worthy.
I make a homemade flamethrower to burn up wasp nests. What you do is you get a bottle of alcohol.
I've done it. Yeah.
Yeah, the coat hanger, and you pull it out the front, and then you wrap that around a cotton ball.
Oh
and
no,
you
I
sew the
just
ball.
a can of
Air
spray
spray.
deodorant and a lighter,
Oh yeah,
and just torch lighter.
and then
Yeah,
I
so
light
funny
Dumb and
story.
Dumber it.
So when I was about 11 years old, I found out about potato cannons, spud guns as they're known.
Mhm.
And I was like, I'm going to build one of these. And so, how do I say this without mocking my dad?
Did you grow up in the country?
No.
Oh, you didn't have like acreage?
No.
How are you fooling around with a potato cannon?
Damaged fences.
Oof.
So I got my dad to take me to Home Depot and buy a bunch of
Boom, boom, boom,
PVC
boom,
stuff
boom,
for
boom,
it,
boom.
and just told him I'm like trying to make a project, and my dad was very
It's
oblivious
science
to half the
fair.
stuff I was doing. Yeah, so he's just like, yeah, all right, I'll get you some PVC. My dad worked in construction.
Was the
He's
was
like-
PVC hello? Sorry, continue.
So we went and got all the PVC stuff, and I'm like assembling it, and I'm like figuring out how to do it. And my friend who's done one is like, coaching me through it. So you know how, if you don't have like a more complex one where you have like a screwed on propane tank or something, it's you just spray the fuel in the back and then close it. So I had disassembled the lighter, put the lighter thing in for the trigger and all that. So it was, good to go. I go to light it and it works the first time great. And I just launched this potato right, like perfectly.
Was it
And
loud?
then yeah, it was pretty loud.
Boom.
And then the second time, I go to light it and it doesn't catch, like it doesn't go. And I'm like clicking the thing and I'm like, it's not going. I'm like, all right, let me check this. And I open up the back and I don't know how this happened. Maybe there wasn't enough oxygen at first. And then
Oh,
when I
no.
opened it, there was.
Boom.
No, the flame shot out the back because there was not too much pressure at the front from the potato.
Yeah.
Melted my contact lens right in my eye.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
how'd you remove it?
It just kind of came out.
Oh, okay.
Like it cooled right afterwards on my eye and then fell out.
Oh. The closest I've ever
How
had.
about
So
your
I grew up
eyebrows? Were they
in
all right?
I grew up in the
They were singed
country.
pretty bad.
One of my jobs was to burn the garbage, and one time my dad had soaked it in gasoline and didn't tell me, and so I was like leaning.
You do that like the
over.
Bedouins do? You burn your garbage?
We used to, so it's developed more than
That's
it was when I was a
hardcore.
kid. And so I'd like I lit a match and dropped it in. It blew up in my face and it burned my eyebrows off and burned my bangs. And I was just like running away with smoking hair with like this explosion behind me. My sister said it looked like an action movie,
That's insane.
but I'm glad I did not have plastic contact lenses. It did singe my eyelashes too.
So one of my mom's brothers, when they were kids, was playing with firecrackers outside the house and like throwing them and like setting them off and stuff like that. And he threw one and it didn't go off, and he picked it up and put it back in his pocket
Oh no.
with all the other firecrackers.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So they had to take skin off of his opposite butt cheek and graft it onto his thigh to heal that up.
Oh my
Dude, and,
gosh.
like some of those things, if they were just normal firecrackers, that would still suck. But like some M80s or like
Yeah, these were like 1950s firecrackers.
they put like actual gunpowder
1960s.
from China in
Yeah.
there, dude.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
Gee,
Nah.
and
That's
burns
not safe.
hurt.
That's the whole point.
That's insane.
Burns hurt bad too. My dad one time caught himself on fire, and he had on like nylon pants, and they melted to him. And my sister was like, "We should probably go to the hospital." And he's like, "No, I'm fine," but it's because he was in shock, and so he didn't realize how much pain he was in. And so then they took care of him or whatever. And then once like enough nerves came back to life where he could feel again, it's just like, it's like horrible pain.
Ow. You ever shoot bottle rockets at people?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Me neither.
Chinese are like, they're like, all right, we want to order some safer, more family friendly firecrackers. No. It's supposed to go boom. It's supposed to make big boom.
Did y'all shoot Roman candles at your friends and each
Oh, yeah.
other?
Yeah, we actually had a kid in our community lost an eye in one of those incidences. So yeah,
How did
I was
you
like,
feel as a Jew
Don't play with
shooting
firecrackers,
Roman
kids.
candles? Huh? Sorry.
we didn't
Too
think
soon.
much of it. You say about the pants that like melted. So it was really funny. So for a long time in the IDF, certain units had switched over from like the old like heavy cotton, like old school IDF uniform, like 100% cotton ones, to like the tactical uniforms, and they got like proper like modern tactical uniforms for those units, and we were supposed to get them in our unit as well, but some people were holding off on that and like using logistics issues for reasons why they didn't want to switch. And basically the tactical uniforms are very practical and cool, but they're nowhere near as comfortable as the old cotton uniforms. And so a lot of people just didn't want to switch, and which I was in that camp. I just like the old ones. But some guys got this like permission to use, like if they had their own, that they could bring them and use them in our unit, like because you could have like they allowed certain units to have kind of their own gear and stuff like that. So a couple of the guys went out and got these tactical uniforms, but they didn't get them checked by like, I forget who was supposed to be like the sergeant major or whoever it was that's supposed to sign off on these things. They just started using them, but they had gotten like cheap like Alibaba ones,
Uh-oh.
and one of them actually had his uniform like melt in the sun, basically in the desert.
Oh, the Timu, dang.
Yeah, it was bad.
Jeez. Imagine you look
And
down,
then
your
we
pants
got
are
them-
dripping off.
We got them banned after that, basically. Everything in the army that's banned is because of an act. Like you joke with your friends when they're about to do something, be like, you're going to be a safety briefing tomorrow.
How often was that?
Huh?
How often was that true?
The safety briefing thing? Like, would you tell your
Yes.
friends that? Yeah, pretty often.
Pretty often.
We had this guy, we were building, like, so a lot of the outposts in the army are these, like, makeshift bases with, like, portable trailer things that you put out.
Your fobs, if you will.
Is that what they're called in?
Forward operating base.
Yeah, exactly. So we had some repairs to, and one of the guys had climbed up and was like hammering, like fixing stuff on one of them and like attaching this net for like putting up like a shade thing. And he was like trying to do everything with his like little shitty pocket knife.
Right.
And we're like, can we please wait to do this when we have like the right stuff to do it with? And he fell off the thing pretty bad at the point, like trying to like struggle to like cut something and like flew off. But he was
Ouch.
okay. It was just funny. Like a lot of those things just end up being funny.
Yeah. So, well, so like I have recently stumbled into the. It's actually not as bad of a money pit as a lot of other hobbies, but flight simulating, and I like a lot of dogfight simulating. Are you like an aircraft person, Ash? Do you appreciate engineering like that? No, you're not an engineering enjoyer.
No.
Were you ever like really close to those air bases or stationed there or anything like that
Well, I was a
in Israel?
paratrooper, so yeah.
Oh, you're a paratrooper, okay.
Yeah.
But never like the jet
He was
fighters
jumping
or
off the
anything like
plane
that.
trying to get away from it. He didn't want to be in it.
Right. What would you guys jump out of?
C-130.
C-130s, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's a shitty plane.
They're
We had the old
actually
ones.
fantastic.
No, we had the old C-130s though. Like
right, but still, like to me, aircraft in general are just like.
I was so relieved when I was out of the thing.
Yeah.
And in the air, like even before I knew that my chute is open, it was nicer to be out of the plane than in the
plane.
Right. You'd rather be falling than in the plane.
Yeah.
I like being on the ground, man. I don't like heights. I couldn't do it.
Oh, dude.
I was terrified
do
of
it.
heights before that. It was very difficult.
Yeah.
So why did you choose paratrooper then?
Because I was scared of heights.
You wanted to get
That was
That's-
that was part of my motivation. I was like, I'm gonna do the most like badass thing for me, like difficult to do.
That
Right.
is pretty badass.
I wanted to be an actual fighter pilot in the United States Air Force, but then my eyes was not good enough, so I couldn't.
Oh.
Gotta have 20/20.
I didn't have 20/20 vision, but then I did laser eye surgery.
I also got LASIK, and it made it significantly better, but my right eye is 20/20 and my left eye is like 20/25, I think. So.
Yeah, if pilots is like a big deal over in Israel, like there's like a culturally very important thing.
Because you guys fly the F-35s, right? That's what you guys buy from us?
Now
Or
they do, yeah.
Israel buys? Yeah.
They
else
still
has the
use the
F-22s.
F-16.
Right.
They still use the F-16 mostly. But like it's the Israeli re-engineered F-16.
Right.
Like all the Israeli
The F-
Mossad add-ons.
The F-16J for Jew. Right.
Yeah.
No, they like. So the
It's
35.
the F-16 for Chaim.
Right. The F-16 Shabbat edition. Anyways.
Yeah.
Is there hang on. Is there halakhic law that says you can't operate an aircraft on Shabbat?
Yes.
That makes sense. Creating fire, I guess.
Yeah, that would be like an actual fire, like cars, planes, like anything with combustion engines is not just a rabbinic prohibition. That would be a lighting fire on the Sabbath thing.
Nah, Wesley, you're not coming up, dog. I'm sorry.
Is it too late? Is that why?
No, because we've had him before. Ash
Bring him
doesn't know the
on.
lore. No, Ash doesn't know the lore, bro.
Who's Wesley?
I'm not. No, okay. So okay, so he came up on Sons of Thunder when I was still with Sons of Thunder. Like one of our first. Actually, I think it was our very first call-in live stream. He was our first caller. He comes up, and he's like, "You're all false teachers. You all believe in like." I had the Blue Letter Bible app pulled up on the computer, and I was reading from the New King James Version. He was like, "You're reading from the Blue Bible instead of the King James Version." I was like, "What are you talking about?" And then he was like, he started rambling on about all these things that God had supposedly told him, and how we're all practicing Christianity wrong, and how it's like he's an end times dude. He thinks that nukes are gonna go off in Chicago and like glass the United States, and it's just it's pretty weird. So he came up one time and he like just started spouting off a bunch of nonsense. And so after that we looked the guy up. He's on YouTube. He has hundreds of videos with precious little to show for it. He had lower subscribers than we did. And he'd been on for like years and years and years, like over 10 years, I think. It was like 12. Dog.
All he needs is a video about the Talmud, and he'll blow up any day now.
Yeah, exactly. No, but like we kept looking, and
not like comparing it to Islam, but like mocking Jews, that'll do it.
Right. Yeah, see, here we go. This guy. But whenever we looked up his channel, we were like, dog, who? So like, I don't recommend that any of you go look up his channel, but you are more than welcome to go look up Wesley Curry II on YouTube and just enjoy. Just enjoy. Like,
Make him famous.
I can't advise you to do that, but I could say that it is halal that you do that, you know.
Why don't you bring him up? Let me talk to him.
I don't.
You can boot him whenever you want.
The problem is that I will tell you afterward why I don't bring him up.
All right. Does he do inappropriate things?
No, that's not why.
Does he yell?
Does he yell? No.
Oh, all right.
There's legitimate reason.
Is it for his own mental health?
For hours.
Oh.
Oh, well, I think I'll be okay.
No, that's anyways. Well, we may as well round it out. I was gonna stop at an hour, and then Ash Mays had to come on and derail everything.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what they do.
But, that's what they do.
Did your wife marry you? You said she's a Latina, right? Is it because your last name's Corn?
Something like that.
Yeah. Maize. I like
we do like our corn tortillas around here.
I was
corn
about to
tortillas
say
are better than flour
you can
tortillas.
tell someone's legit if they like corn tortillas more than flour ones.
Yeah, we like our corn tortillas with our chorizo and eggs for breakfast.
Amen.
Salsa verde is better than the red one.
Salsa verde is much better than red salsa. The problem is
the
that
green skog is better than the red skog in Israel.
That's how I remembered that you said that, is because I compared it to salsa. But red salsa is better for chips than green salsa is. So that's one thing it's got on.
Yeah, I will grant that.
Especially if it's a nice spicy red salsa. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But like on a burrito, on literally anything else, give me green.
Gadfly's frozen. Oh, there he is. I made shakshuka for breakfast, and I was gonna make it spicy, and then I'm like, the kids won't eat it. Really, if it's too well, my 5-year-old will, but the other ones won't eat it if it's spicy. So I've been relegated to non-spicy shakshuka, which is unfortunate.
Dang, I thought that like spice was like a Middle Eastern must.
Yeah, well, shakshuka you usually don't make too spicy, but it's nice with a little bit of heat. If you're doing like Moroccan like style Shabbat fish, like it's funny. So I hosted a meal in my apartment for a bunch of friends on one Sabbath Eve, and I made like a giant thing of Moroccan style Shabbat fish, which is basically like tilapia or musht as it's called.
Did you make it the day before?
No, I made it like a few hours before the Sabbath, and then we went to the synagogue and then came home and ate it for the first like part of the meal.
Right.
And so, like my friends that knew me knew that I put like I got these like it's called shata, which is like this Ethiopian hot pepper that I would use as my like main like hot spice in that. And so most of my friends knew what to expect, but then we bumped into another friend who had not been to my house before at shul at the synagogue and invited him to come with us. And people were like, even other Ashkenazi ones at the table were laughing at him for being so Ashkenazi that he couldn't handle the spice in the fish.
Oof.
He's like, "What the hell is this? It's so hot."
Had he had that dish before? Just not with the spice?
Not with that much spice.
Yeah.
But what's funny is he wasn't actually like he was a very like white Jewish like immigrant from England to Israel. But he actually like I think on his dad's side they were actually Moroccan. So I was like, come on, get your heritage right.
What kind of fish is it usually?
A lot of people have switched to using salmon for like the not spicy like Ashkenazi version of it. But in Israel, traditionally, you'd make it with like a white fish, like musht, like tilapia from the Sea of Galilee.
What all fish do they have in the Sea of Galilee?
Musht.
Mostly just tilapia?
Yeah, it's mostly just this one species of tilapia that's there.
Awesome.
Yeah, there's other fish there, but that's the main one. There's a lot of imported stuff now from the Mediterranean. Oh, there's stuff from the Mediterranean, and then there's imported from like the east side of the Mediterranean.
Yeah, what about along the west side of Israel? Like, what kind of fish do they normally pull out of the Mediterranean there?
I think there's a lot of tuna.
Yeah.
There's tuna.
Christian Gaffley, I love how Wesley is on your channel. That makes me very happy.
All the
There's
schizzos go to my
trout,
channel.
maybe?
That's fine.
So funny story. We had this time that we had like a Shabbat meal at our like we were on base for a Shabbat for a Sabbath when I was in the army, and usually it's just like army food, like nothing special for the Sabbath. But the guy who was the cook on base that week was like loved cooking like Shabbat food, and so he went and bought like a bunch of groceries and stuff that were not like the army food and made like a Shabbat meal. And he made this like giant pot of chicken soup. And one of the guys goes, and our company commander, like the captain, was a very, very Eastern Jewish guy, like Mizrahi. And one of the guys like takes a sip of the soup. He's like, "Wow, why is the chicken soup spicy? Like, what's in this?" And everyone just looks up for a second, and the chef goes, "The only thing spicy in it is black pepper."
Like
And I will never forget. This guy was also just a pain in the ass in general. Our company commander took his plate of food and chucked it at the guy. He's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, you stupid Ashkenazi? Like, you can't eat black pepper is too spicy for you. What is wrong with you?" He's like, "Get that." He's like, "Get out of here." And the guy's like, "No, what?" He's like, "Literally, get out of the chow."
That's crazy.
Like, your chicken soup's too spicy. Get the out of
Steven,
here.
dog, you are not coming back, bro.
I meant to just time out Wesley Curry, but it says he's banned and the comments were removed. I
Oh,
don't know. I didn't mean to. Sorry, Wesley.
That guy
It's just, you
Steven
talk too
Ash.
much. You can be crazy, but just do like one every 20 minutes.
somebody said they don't know who has a better accent, Gadfly's Southern accent or Ash's Asian accent.
Dog. You're not coming up.
If you ban them from StreamYard, I think they're permanently banned.
I know, but I can't. It didn't allow me. Because I was going to, but then it was like, it requires that all guests be logged in or something like that. I was like, what? Wesley?
In my teen years, I listened to the comedian Russell Peters. You know Russell Peters?
Is he Dave Chappelle?
Let me see. No,
Then no. Dog.
Is he frozen on yours?
Yes.
It's not me for once.
Okay.
Finally, somebody else's internet went out. Is that your Starlink?
it's every time. No, it's every time I go out of the browser to go search something. I was going to send it to you, but anyways, his like Chinese accent that he's an Indian Canadian guy. His Chinese accent that he does in his comedy is really funny, and it's similar to like when I don't know if you ever watched Steven Crowder, like when he does like impersonations, like his Asian accent. So
have you heard Ryan Long?
that's what I've modeled mine after.
The comedian Ryan Long. He has one where it's him and his friend, and the friend is like, "Come on, man, just do the accent." PR. No, I got in so much trouble last time, and he approaches him like he's a drug dealer. He's got money. He's like, "Dude, just do the accent. There's nobody. I promise we're cool. He's cool." There's like another guy with him. And that video makes me laugh so hard. That guy's funny. Ryan Long. Check him out. What's shakshuka mean? You said that earlier. It sounded like a pet name.
Shakshuka.
Yeah.
Shakshuka is a Israeli breakfast egg dish.
That sounds like
sauteed
sweetie pie or something, like something you would call your sweetie, you know.
My daughter laughs when she tries to say it. She says she calls it shaka shaka and she laughs.
Shaka shaka.
It's really cute. Because she was like trying to like very stubbornly say I don't want the shakshuka, but then she called it shaka shaka and laughed and cracked herself up and then she ate it.
So like whenever your kids are being stubborn and they know they're like whining too much and they start laughing at their own like attitude, that's so fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
My oldest one.
But yeah, so what you do is you saute, like, there's different ways to do it, but you saute like chopped up onion and like green pepper and stuff like that, like strips of it. You saute that in olive oil, and then you do like chopped up fresh garlic. I didn't have fresh garlic to use, so I used like a little, the frozen garlic. Actually, you can get them in Texas. It's like Israeli product of like frozen garlic that you can like pop out. Pretty cool. I was like, oh, they have that here? Wow, the Jews really do control everything. And so I use that, and then you add like your choice of seasoning depending on like what you prefer. So I already have like a big thing of baharat, which is like an already pre-blended Middle Eastern spice mix. So I just use that, and then some extra salt and pepper. And you add your can of crushed tomatoes to it, unless you're the type that wants to use the whole tomatoes. And then once it's all simmering, you make little divots in the sauce, and you crack your eggs in.
Oh, shakshuka.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shakshuka. That's well,
That's
okay.
one of my favorite breakfasts.
That sounds like a Latino dish. That sounds like the kind of thing like an El Salvadorian would make for breakfast. Just about.
I think it's
Yeah.
Moroccan
And then the eggs
initially, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Steven. I thought it was Chris with the lights turned off.
Hey, you don't have to be in.
Well, what you do is essentially the eggs get like poached, and they're really like and you get them just to the point of being slightly runny inside.
Yeah.
You take that whole thing, put it on the table, and either you scoop out portions or you just eat from the thing with like your fresh warm pita bread and dip it in. So good.
Yeah, and it's
I'm
so
hungry
easy
now.
to make, and you can edit it in all sorts of ways. To make it more like substantial, we'll put like zucchini or potatoes or things like that in there, just to give it because I've got a big family, and so you gotta make the food spread out a bit.
Yeah.
Put some water in it.
I was laughing because I'm at my brother's house, and so he was the
guy that come up earlier.
So the original plan, because I knew you guys, like Chris was saying, he he's not going to be available tonight, and you guys were scrambling to make it work, and I thought, what better way to start off a labored stream with something like set the bar real low.
Mission accomplished.
All we got was a burper, a runner, and a schizo.
Oh, okay. So I had.
Which one was I?
Tune in for the intermediary period. So after the burp,
you were the guy with short-term memory loss. Sorry, Ash.
So then I saw. I was telling my brother, like, hey Zach, like, this is funny. Do this. I've been trying my whole life. He can burp on command. That wasn't even a very good one of his burps. When we were kids, I would say every time we get in an elevator, I'd say, Zach, like, you should just do one of those big burps in the elevator and say nothing. And he would never do it. So it was kind of like a wasted I mean, I guess it's not a talent. I don't know, a skill or and
That's
so
bodily function.
And so I got him to do it tonight and he actually did it. Because
it's like saying like, hey bro, you poop so well. Can you just do that in the elevator?
Right. Would you mind just
such a good pooper, man? Right. Can you just take a dump right here in the elevator? Everyone would love that.
Just lay one on us, dude. That's
so
crazy.
After he did that, I was fraternizing, and then I tuned back in to see if you guys were still alive, and I saw Ash on, and I was like, and I looked at him, I was like, oh, that's Ash, and I told him a little bit of Ash, and then I said, and he's like a major, like, he's pro Kugel. And Zach goes, oh, Kugel, oh, that sweet noodle thing.
What do you got against Kugel?
Well, I'm more of a, like, I don't do the sweet Lakshan Kugel. I'm like either Yerushalmi Kugel or potato Kugel.
Yeah, and I've not had either one of those. I've just had the sweet noodle variant, and it was, oh man, and it was cold. Like cold noodles already, like pasta salad or things like that.
Yeah, they serve that Shabbat day and they don't reheat it, and it's like it's cold.
Yeah.
Sweet noodle, pretty nasty.
That was the tensest part of the whole AP interview was whenever he said he didn't do Kugel. I was like, oh wow, Ash is about to boot this guy.
You're paid by Israeli Jews and you don't eat kugel?
Yeah.
Yeah, what else? The shekel goes furthest at the Kugel restaurant, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
We actually have here. We have a Moroccan. It's called Canary Cafe. You know, I'm doxing myself, but it's a Moroccan Jew, and it's a totally kosher restaurant, and it's really good food. Well, I haven't been there in like 10 years, but so now I think they've kind of evolved to better serve, you know, stay alive.
Now they serve. They want
Halal
to stay
food,
alive, so now they serve Nazi cuisine instead.
right? They serve bratwurst now.
So
They
now they
serve
have like
strudel with cream on
steak
it.
and stuff, but they used to have like the Israeli couscous, and they would have like they would make
I love
pizzas
couscous.
and things, and but I don't remember where I was going with that. But kugel, bleh. But I'll give it a fair shot, Ash. I got to try the Yerushalmi kugel with the spicy, because the
Like
sweet
the sweet
noodle
black
stuff,
pepper one.
that was too much for me, and because you know
It's also
I've
crunchy on
never
top. Like it's not supposed to be crunchy, you know? It's
yeah.
like the regular
So
Lakshan
my
kugel.
great grandma, she died one day before she turned 100, and she was a wicked old lady, but she would make she would make macaroni and cheese, what she called it. And I think most of us are familiar with what macaroni and cheese is. It's like it's a creamy, you know, it's yellow and
Comes in a box.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
and it's good. You
Kraft.
know, it's good. It's not like gourmet, but it's good. But
We had
she
like
would make
kosher Jewish brands growing up because they didn't have like kosher for the craft one.
right.
So we had like the shitty stale Jewish one.
Did it
Yeah.
come in funny shapes?
People are gonna clip this and be like, Ash is resentful and bitter about his macaroni and cheese from his upbringing and how he wasn't allowed to eat Dunkaroos.
Wait, Dunkaroos are not okay?
Well, they weren't because we kept Chalav Yisrael, so I couldn't have
Oh,
Dunkaroos.
okay.
We had box macaroni all the time, and then Velveeta when we had guests over.
Oh yeah, amen, bro.
Yeah, and Velveeta, I don't think has the kashrus. I don't think Velveeta is marked. Amy's.
Velveeta's not actual cheese.
Well, right. but there's an organic brand called Amy's where we are that makes macaroni and cheese like typical macaroni and cheese that there is marked, and because cheese is tricky, because it comes down to the rennet. So to make cheese from milk, you have to have like some sort of enzyme.
It's
And
hard, and it takes forever.
yeah, and
And it
so
takes way more milk than you would think it would need.
mhm. And to
I've
get
done
it
it
to
one
kind of, I
time.
hate to use the word in like for food, but to like coagulate basically, to make
Yeah.
cheese from milk, you have to have an enzyme that comes from an intestine of an animal. And generally, because pork is like most readily available in the United States, and it's the cheapest, that for a while most cheeses were made with pork rennet. And so that was one of the things when I started keeping kosher. And again, I don't keep rabbinic kosher. I keep just biblical kosher, not like unclean animal stuff.
Do you mix like cheese and meat, like a cheeseburger?
Yeah. To me, biblically,
So
there's
my
no
dad's kind of like Ash, where like if he loves someone and knows them well, he can't help but challenge them if they have something that he thinks is dumb that they believe.
Uh-huh.
And we have a really good friend who's a rabbi, and he just like, I was like, Dad, let it go. He was like, nope, I got. He started asking him about like, so you can't mix the milk of the mother with the child, but this cheese isn't from that mother,
Right.
and like, why can't you have the cheese on the hamburger? And I was like, Dad, just drop it.
Have I
And
told
like
you all the
Ash
story
knows,
about
like, you can't even have
my
chicken with
sister and the
milk.
not kosher cookie?
No.
I haven't
So
heard
I was visiting family after I left Judaism before becoming a Christian, and I was there visiting with my wife, and we ordered like dinner from this kosher restaurant around the corner, and this is in New York, right? So there's tons of them. And so we had chicken. We had like these chicken wraps, basically. And about 30 minutes after I had the chicken wrap, I went to the counter and I took a cookie from this box of cookies and I ate the cookie. And my sister lost her shit because I just ate a dairy cookie.
It's a Christian channel, Ash. She lost her poop.
Yeah, old habits die hard, man. She lost it because I ate the dairy cookie after eating the meat, the chicken that does not produce milk.
That was another one my dad brought up with the rabbi because we had a chicken.
So I ate that, and then she's like, "You're gonna influence my kids negatively. They're gonna see you eating treif. Like treif means not kosher." I was like, I remember because she bought the cookies. So I was like, "Why did you buy treif cookies?" And she got even more mad at me. And she's like, "No, it's because it's dairy, and you know what you're doing." And I was like, "I didn't think about it because I don't keep kosher anymore."
You're like, look, dude, if I want to have an oatmeal raisin cookie, by God, I'm gonna have an oatmeal raisin cookie.
Oh, it was chocolate chunk, but still.
Well, we'll forgive you on that one.
Yeah, there's kosher bakeries that, like, in different places, they're so extreme, like they won't make any pastries or cookies or anything with dairy just in case people confuse it. It's like their own level of paranoia above.
Yeah. That's crazy.
So, yeah.
I remember whenever I heard that you couldn't eat chicken parm as a Jew because of that.
That was the first not kosher thing I ate.
Command. I was like,
it was so
first
good.
of all, I don't really even like chicken parm, but you're not going to tell me I can't eat it.
No, I still don't like it. That's why it's kind of a thing with me and Chris, because Chris says he's got like the ultimate version of that, and I have no scriptural reason to not eat it. I've had it, and it's just always. I mean, chicken breast in general to me is I've never really just had a good chicken breast. I always prefer chicken thighs.
I'm a dark meat. Oh, okay, never mind. So you're still a white meat guy. See, I'm a dark meat guy.
Well, I think thighs. I think thighs are dark meat.
Thighs are dark meat.
Yeah, they're
You're
dark
right.
meat. I'm a dark meat guy. And thighs are my jam.
But it depends what for. Like I wouldn't want to make like what's it called? What do they call those things? Enchiladas.
Chickens?
I wouldn't want like enchiladas with chicken thighs over chicken breast. You know what I mean? Like,
interesting. Yeah, okay.
Well, it's
but if I'm doing like grilled chicken, it's going to be chicken thighs every time.
Yeah,
it's
juicier.
Yeah.
Although I would say grilled chicken breast is better than any other type of the way to cook chicken breast.
Are you crazy?
No.
Yes.
No.
It's better than fried
Christian,
chicken.
Are you watching me right now? I'm pacing in my brother's backyard. Of course I'm crazy.
Okay. Fried chicken has to be one of the single best.
It depends what you're doing with it.
Made.
Like if you're gonna do, like, you could boil chicken and then shred it and put a sauce with it in the enchiladas.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
Right. Or you could cut it into pieces, bread it, and fry it.
I guess chicken salad made with boiled chicken thighs would probably be horrible.
No, we're talking about like actual
like
fried
a chunk of chicken. The best way to have the chicken,
like a
is
chicken
grilled breast. Is that what you said? I just want to make sure that's clear for the record.
Oh no, I said a grilled breast
I'm
would
getting
be
called
the
right
best
back.
way to have a chicken breast in my
No, chopping it up and frying it in breading.
Well, yeah, I didn't think of that. I'm thinking of if it's
still Schnitzel is better.
No, if you have white meat, like put it in chicken and dumplings. Have y'all ever had homemade chicken and dumplings?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And if you have little kids too, they can help you with the dumplings, and it's messy and it's just like playing with Play-Doh. And
when you say dumplings, you mean like the southern like bread ball thing that, you know?
Yeah. Well, so what I'm imagining is
dough ball.
What I learned from my Appalachian mother is you get like the non-self-rise flour. You just get that flour, you mix it with, of course you can do self-rise too if you want fluffy dumplings, which we've also done.
This is a redneck matzo ball is what you're describing.
Yeah, exactly. The redneck matzo ball, you get the flour and then you mix it with chicken bouillon with a little bit of water to put flavor into the dumpling. And then you add more and more flour to where you can like get it the right texture. You put flour on the table, you spread it out, and then you cut it up into slices, and then you throw those in once it's boiling, and it makes these chewy, giant noodles, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife made that a few times, like a creamy vegetable soup with those biscuits in it, or whatever you call them,
Oh yeah, man,
dumplings,
that's so good. Yeah.
and then with shredded chicken.
Mhm.
That was pretty dope. I like that.
I remember as a kid
Southern food is pretty good.
Yeah,
reading
it
about the
is.
Israelites wanting to go back to Egypt for the onions. I'm like,
And
that's
the
so
cucumbers.
stupid. Yeah, what onions? And then now as an adult, I read, I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh yeah, no. When I cook,
I
I
want those onions.
generally a
Leeks and
lot of the
onions.
times whatever you're making, you've got to
And the
start with the
melons.
onions. And so everyone in my house
And the
will come up and
malafakal.
go, "What are you making?" And I said, "I just got onions. I just got onions in there right now." And they're like, "Wow, the whole house smells good."
Do you fry them in butter?
Yeah,
Yeah, that
onions and
smells
butter.
so good.
It's like that's the smell of food. You know, that's like the
Yeah.
quintessential food smell. And they're like, what are you making? And it's like, and they don't even know, but they're like, whatever it is, it's good. And all they're smelling is the onions frying in butter.
When I discovered steak basted in butter, my mind was blown.
Well, yeah, because you're not allowed to have. I'm assuming halakhically you're not allowed to have that
Correct,
No,
right?
because that
I
is
didn't have
actually
steak.
milk.
I didn't have steak basted in butter until I was like 29 years old.
Oh, it's so good.
You know, it's
That's
interesting.
how I make my steaks. Are
The
you a
ra-
grilled steak guy? Sorry, Steven.
Oh no, no,
I
I've got a bit of
I'm
delay.
almost always
This always
like
happens
grilled
to me, so
steak, but
I don't want to
me too.
interrupt.
I think stainless steel pan is also pretty dope.
Yeah.
Cast iron skillet happens to be a favorite as well, but I like grilled probably the best.
Yeah,
Grilled
well, it's
ribeye.
weird though.
Oh.
The stainless steel actually, if you manipulate it correctly, in my opinion, that like makes the best steak.
It just for
You're
me,
allowed to have that opinion.
I need some kind of fire smoke
Mm.
whiff in my nose when I have meat. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't have to be like brisket smoky, but like a little bit.
Mhm.
Like I'll even put wood chips in my in the gas grill when I'm cooking a steak just to get
Uh-huh.
like an extra little.
Well, that's smart.
Yeah.
Is it?
It depends
Okay.
how it's set up. You
Yeah.
don't want to end up
Like, can you imagine like a juicy ribeye, like an aged ribeye, done on the grill on like the hot sear section with like the extra heavy cast iron diamond
Mm-hmm.
section? Crank that up super hot.
Mm.
Get some wood chips going in like a little smoke box for like mesquite in there.
Yeah.
Just get because it's not long enough to smoke it really, but it gets like a whiff of like mesquite smoke around it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you're eating it, you get that mesquite smoke
Yeah,
whiff in your
because too
nose.
much smoke.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to
actually kind of,
overpower ribeye with
No.
too much.
Well, that's the
But it's
thing.
only on there for 5 minutes, so it's
Mm.
like
Yeah, if you do it correctly. Some people be
Yeah.
just like absolutely eating beef jerky out here, and I'm like, but no. So I'm more of like a seasoning guy. Like I'm very heavy on dry rub. That's what.
for ribeye though.
Yes, that's what I lean very heavily on. I've been told by my family members and my stomach that I make some fantastic steaks. So, you know,
And your
that's
stomach
just
is
hey.
that's the
I
one
mean-
to go by.
Let me get this here. You want to see
But,
something
like,
cool? Hold on a second.
Some people are just like, nah, just salt and pepper, and I'm like, well, that's a good start. But I have like 5 things in my dry rub, and they all
And
work
that's
together very
blasphemy to
well.
some people. You know, if you need more than salt and pepper, you're
I
not
love
Hardcore-
seasoned salt. You get a good. Have you ever had Tony Sachery's, Ash?
No, I
No.
don't believe so. But more
That's
awesome than that is this Spanish olive oil with the bull on it.
Wow,
Pretty cool.
did that come from Spain?
No, it comes from
1
Portugal.
second. Product of Spain. Yeah. Look at that.
Oh, that's cool.
And then my other second favorite here, and I love this on shrimp.
Yeah.
See, that's what Tony's is like. It's like a Cajun seasoned salt. You can put that on just about everything. You put that on
Oh,
eggs,
yeah,
put it on
yeah.
steaks, put
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
hamburgers.
I got lemon pepper. I got carnivore red rub. I got Cajun.
So Ash, having been in the South, have you had like an actual crawfish boil before?
No, but they have it every Saturday at our local HEB.
Don't do it, Ash. Don't do
Dude.
it. They're gentilizing you.
Dude,
It's a
crawfish.
crap.
I have
Boil.
more I probably have more bacon in my fridge right now than you've ever seen in your life.
No.
Just
I
because
used
he
to when I
can.
was a kid. When I was a kid,
I don't even eat it. I just keep it there.
my grandma would
Throw it at
microwave
the
2
Jews when
pounds
they
of
come in the
bacon.
door.
What are you saying, Steven?
I was saying when I was a kid, my grandma used to microwave, and funny enough,
Yeah,
bacon.
we talked about this
Yeah.
evil witchcraft you've been describing.
It's good. Bacon
Yes.
is you could eat bacon raw, and it's probably tastes good.
Yeah.
How
she
many
would-
bad ideas are you going to give us tonight, Steven?
Are you advocating for microwaving bacon right now?
I hope not. I
all
hope
I'm
that's not what's
saying is
going.
no. Here's
It's because you don't
my
want us to eat it
official-
anymore. You want us to get so sick.
Here's my official statement on bacon. It is delicious, just like all sorts of sinful things are attractive to us.
Oh my
I can
goodness.
acknowledge that it is alluring and it serves
You
desire.
sound like who's that?
I think I think you're
pig,
mixing
you
up
behave like
sins
pig.
here.
You eat pig, you behave like pig. It is scientific.
Yeah, it is a scientific thing. You read the book.
You are what to eat.
You eat the pig, you behave like pig.
Sir White Meat says that bacon.
Sir
most
White
delicious.
Meat. He says contemporary of Darwin.
Does he eat goat?
Do I eat goat?
No. Does the guy saying that eat goat?
Oh,
Oh.
the Zakir Naik.
Like, do you behave like goat
well,
if you eat goat?
They definitely do enjoy goats, that's for sure.
I did a video
will
with
leave it at
Zakir
that.
Naik in it one time, and I could not understand what he was saying, and so I slowed it way down. And I was like, I'll add in captions so people can read what he's saying. And I
My phone
could
has
not-
6% battery. One second.
Hey, Steven, just
I
curious.
couldn't figure out, and so I just wrote in exactly what it sounded like. So it was like it's a slow poison. He talks like a cartoon cat, kind of like from Pakistan.
Yeah, like Sylvester.
Yeah.
No, Steven, I
didn't catch all that. I just heard cartoon Pakistani cat.
Yeah, that's Zakir Naik's voice.
Steven, I think probably the best argument for being able to eat pig now is because if God didn't want us to eat them, then why would he make them out of food?
Well, why would he make them what?
Out of food.
Out of food. That's a pretty solid argument.
It is a solid argument, and I think you've been thoroughly.
No, I would counter with, if God didn't want us to commit adultery, why did he make so many women so attractive?
You keep mixing up sins. It's a non sequitur.
I don't agree. No, I'm not.
It's an equivocation fallacy.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Yeah.
Equivocation fallacy.
I usually use this joke against my vegan friends, of which I have none.
No, you know what
like
though?
I
mean, I know it's a joke. I know it's a joke, but it is a valid question. I think. I think people who do eat that stuff. I mean, I was one of them. I was one of them till I was 19.
Are we out group now? You're in group. We're out group.
You're acting like this was like your battle with gout or something. Like when I used to have that. It's like
No. You're reading me wrong. You're reading me. I only say that to say that I know what you're talking about. I've been there. That I'm just saying, hey, I know how delicious bacon is. I used to eat it.
All I know is this. Ever since I started eating bacon, okay,
I behave like pig.
I've been less susceptible to mind control lasers
from the Jews. Well, that's really redundant because where else do mind control lasers come from?
Well, there's the Jewish ones and there's the Finnish ones. Those are the two options.
Well, yeah.
What about the Masonic ones?
And the
they don't have
ones, which
mind control lasers.
There could be all.
They don't have those yet.
They have portals to hell.
Right. Really easy to just walk right through.
Where you can eat all the bacon you want.
Yeah. Thanks.
Crazy.
If hell is more bacon, you're not making a very good case for Christianity.
Dude.
But fortunately for you guys, and unfortunately for me, my silly phone is about to die. So I'll let you guys.
Go get your charger. I just got my charger.
Yeah, dude.
I'm at my brother's house.
Go ask Bigfoot for a charger.
But I mean, I don't expect you guys should be on too much longer. But by by the time I get to a point where I have a charger, I'll check in if you guys are still on, and I'll hop back on. But if not, God bless you guys.
Well,
Love you guys.
Chase is probably going to go to bed in like 20 minutes. So.
You as well. Well, I don't have to work tomorrow, so.
Oh.
No.
Okay. Well, I might be back, and I don't know if that's probably not a good thing for you guys, because I started off your night with a burp.
Yes. What are we supposed to expect now?
Yeah. Who
Have you
knows?
Wait a
seen-
Who knows
second.
what's coming? Yeah.
Do the rabbis prevent people from eating bacon so that they can control them? Or is the bacon what they give to the Gentiles to mind
To
control?
control them.
Goy slop, I think, is what you're referencing. The goy slop.
Goy
Man, I
slop.
remember when I was a kid. So this is what's weird for me. This will be my last little manifesto before.
Don't put goy slop in words in my mouth. You put bacon in my mouth.
I remember seeing an infomercial because we would, I was raised by my dad without a mom for a long time, and so you know how dads are. They're dads. And so we would be up at all hours of the night, and there was this one guy who had an infomercial, and probably Chase, you're probably too young to even know what an infomercial is.
What? No, I'm not.
Okay. So man,
Wait a second. I don't know what you're talking about here. I'm a dad. My kids are all asleep.
so well, yeah, you're a good dad though. My dad did a good job, but he wasn't a good dad. Well, that's a whole complicated story. Anyway, there was this infomercial where this guy was talking about kosher salt. And I mean, this is on mainstream TV, which
Was this your first step into Messianic Judaism?
No.
Kosher salt.
This guy was saying there's kosher salt, and the reason they call it that is because it doesn't have the poison in it that the Jews feed to the rest of the world, which is bad salt. So you got to buy the kosher salt.
That's on an infomercial?
On an infomercial when I was a kid.
Publicly aired.
What state is this?
Ohio.
The state of Germany, probably.
Did it show people eating the normal salt, and it would be like in black and white, and they'd be.
That's what he said. Ohio.
It was Ohio, and so I mean I was very anti-Semitic for a good 5 years of my life. I mean I wrote there's a guy. You're
guys still anti-Semitic.
You guys remember those books, such and such for dummies, like.
Yeah, the dummy books.
Yeah, so there was a book called Judaism for Dummies written by a guy named Rabbi Aaron Perry.
No, Judaism definitely isn't for dummies.
That's got to be haram.
And during my anti-Semitic phase, before I was a Christian, when I was nominally a Christian, I was raised to be Christian, but I had no relationship with God. I was just a Christian, and I got all ticked off. And I remember emailing this guy and saying, "What do you know about God? This and that. You don't have the sacrifices. No one can atone for your sins. You do this and that." And to his credit, he wrote me back and said, "Hey, like I don't understand why you're coming against me so aggressively. And so here's the tenets of Judaism. We don't believe this. We don't believe this." He did a very good job. He's still coming from the rabbinic side of Judaism. And I remember reading that and just dismissing. I was like 16 at the time when I did this. And then
did he explain to you why they swing the chickens over their heads?
I don't know if he was one of those that did the kapora, did that thing.
Is that to break their necks? Because Hicks do that too, where you like sling them in a circle and then
no.
stop.
So in Kaparis, you hold it under the wings because you're not killing it.
Mm-hmm.
And you
okay, never mind.
Wave it over your head, and you say, "This is my atonement. This is my. This will take the sins. This is the chicken that will go to death, and I will go to long life and repentance."
I would not do
we're
that.
We're coming up on the holy days, Ash. Maybe
chickens poop way too much.
Does Chase think I'm joking right now?
Maybe we could do
Is this
something
for
on
real?
the holy days.
Yeah, this is my atonement. This is in place of my
chicken.
sin. Yeah, and then you kill, and then you slaughter the chickens, and you give the meat to the poor people.
Yeah. I mean, this is I mean, Jews will tell you.
Oh, this gets even better. At the end of that whole period of holidays, like that's before Yom Kippur. At the end of Sukkot, on like the last day, You go and you find a body of water that has fish in it, and you symbolically cast your sins on the fish.
No, that's before. That's during the whole month, but leading up.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
in Rosh.
Wait,
That's in Rosh
wait,
Hashanah.
hold on.
That's right.
Did I just out Jew Ash?
You did outdo me. That's on Rosh Hashanah. You
Flip
can do Tashlich until the end
Yeah,
of
Tashlich. Yeah,
Sukkot.
you do it
You
up
can
to
do
no,
that
you do it
up
up
until the end
to
of Sukkot.
yeah, yeah. Okay, wow.
Hang on,
What the
a
heck?
chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, cows are too big to swing over your head.
No, but
That's
chicken's not
such a
even in the
Jewish answer.
list.
Hey, the cows are
Like,
too big.
like, why don't
Yeah.
you go grab a dove?
Well, they probably got it from the Haitians.
Right. No, but like, why don't they go grab a dove or something?
Because that would be a temple sacrifice. So we're trying
Yeah,
not to
yeah.
do that.
So,
Well, anyway, guys,
but,
gosh darn it, I'm having
like,
so much
would-
fun. I don't want to just like randomly cut out because that would be like somebody just joining and burping. So I'm gonna head out of here for now.
So,
But love you
sorry,
guys.
continue, Steven.
Catch up
Yeah,
with you later.
Steve.
love you
Yeah.
too, man.
Shabbat shalom, and see you next time.
Shabbat shalom.
Hey,
Okay, so wait, in their efforts to exclude temple sacrifice rituals and everything, they essentially made everyone their own priest?
yeah, you do it over yourself and then you kill the chicken.
Yeah, so everyone's their own priest.
Yeah, kind of like Protestants.
Right, but that's what
Got him.
that's what I'm saying. It's like, what?
That was a good one, huh? You like that?
Hang on, that's just Protestants though. That's in the Bible though. Anyways,
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Interesting though, but oh my. Okay, well, this changes things. I didn't know they did that.
The chicken is takes your sins and then you kill the chicken.
And the fish.
Some people do it with money. They'll just swing money over their head and then give it to charity.
Not as fun.
Okay.
But it's like you go to the poor people and you're like, here, have my sin chicken. It's like, what do you mean by sin chicken?
That's probably what I'm eating at Popeyes.
That's why they're still poor. Dude, that's where the chronic poorness comes from. Is because they're eating all these sin chickens. Okay,
Yeah.
hang on.
It's a cycle.
And taking sin money.
Sin money, sin chickens.
So wait, what
You
about
can use
the
a fish, but it's too slippery. The tashlich?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just
go up to the ocean and be like, ah.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of prayers that you say.
Where'd that come from?
I'd have to look into where that started.
That's so interesting
Don't know
though,
off
because
the
what
top
if
of my
somebody
head.
comes and catches and eats one of the sin fishes?
Well, they don't become sin, like you can't transmit sin by eating the fish. You know what I mean? You can only do it by pretending like you cast it on the fish. That actually works.
Right. So it's like,
But the fish isn't thinking that it's giving you sin. Yeah, so like the fish doesn't think it's transmitting the sins to you when you eat it. So you're probably safe.
The fish doesn't attempt to give you its sin.
It's not aware that it's becoming a penal substitutionary
It's like
atonement
holy
for
fire
you.
that way. It doesn't spread the burning.
You're chasing this chicken, and the chicken's like, "What the hell are you doing?" It's like penal substitutionary atonement, man.
John Calvin coming at it with a knife.
Yeah. If I ever want to make cartoons like making fun of Calvinism, I'm gonna do that one.
Yeah, that's got to be one of them. Martin Luther and John Calvin running after chickens. That's crazy. That is pretty crazy. Well, have you had any fun, interesting interactions with rabbinic Jews lately, Ash?
I had a very unpleasant one 2 days ago.
Oh, wow.
So, a friend of mine from back in the day got married earlier this week. And when I had found out he was engaged a few months back, I said, "Hey, Mazel Tov, heard you got engaged, man." And he's like, "Yeah, sorry I didn't tell you, but you're kind of a traitor to our people."
Oh, dang.
So then his brother, who's an atheist, sends me a message saying, "Hey, do you know that so and so got my brother?" You know, I'm saying so and so because I don't want to say names of
Right.
people.
Yeah, of course.
But like, you know, he got married like yesterday, and I was like, "Oh, cool! Like, congratulations." And he starts like trying to like me. I was like, I don't know where this conversation is going. So here's why I'm concerned. And I told him what his brother had told me. He's like, yeah, you know, I'm not like, I don't really care. He's like, I'm kind of an outcast too, you know. But I'm like, yeah, but you're just an atheist, so you're like basically still Jewish. And so whatever. It got to the point where he basically tried to justify not only his brother but also a bunch of other people who had done anything from told me I'm a traitor to threatening to kill me, and kind of like, well, you know, can you blame them? You know,
Yes.
yes, I can. He's like, come on, you'd be the exact same way if you were still part of the Jewish community. I'm like, I know that's not true because I have somebody who I know from the community that became Catholic when I was 15 years old, and all I told him was, hey, bro, you're stupid. Like, I don't. That's kind of wacky stuff to be Christian, and that was the extent of the dispute we had over it. And then we went back to like whatever like Counter-Strike game we were playing.
Yeah.
Also, even if Ash were to be militant and call other people traitors, that wouldn't make it right.
Yeah, like that also doesn't justify it.
Yeah, Ash, don't you know if you
Yes, when I was part of the community that I'm saying is very violent towards apostates.
Yeah, towards apostates, exactly.
I would have been very violent towards those same apostates. There, you got me.
Yeah. Don't you know, Ash, if you were an atheist, you'd also believe in naturalistic and materialistic determinism. It's like, oh, well,
Yeah.
great.
Oh, well, look at that.
Isn't that right? Yeah. Anyways,
that's why I try like with Twitter to whenever the Dawa people or their followers, they get like real. I mean, they do get where they want to threaten with violence, but then also just like crazy insults. I try not to insult them back as bad because I always remember they're not who you're talking to. You're talking to every other follower who's watching the conversation. And I know if I was a Muslim, I'm like a more sensitive person. Like I would be so tired of just the constant trash talk, constant threats. And to see someone like responding with some like dignity and respect, it would put pressure on my worldview because it's like everyone that's associated.
That's why we have Catholics have Vatican II.
Yeah, everyone associated with
it's what we do.
Dawa is just like middle school bullies, and that would be so tiring to be a part of a community like that. That I feel like there's probably a lot of Muslims
that's the misunderstanding that people make about. They think Vatican II is some kind of weird like syncretist council, like to include all religions and Christianity. It's not. It's talking about seeing whatever little snippets of truth you can find in those places so that you can speak to those things, understand that those people have some commonality with you that you can address, and then it explicitly says to evangelize people and bring them to the church. But it's about respect for people. Like, hey, you know, the Muslims also believe that they're worshiping the God of Abraham. They adore the one true God in that capacity. Talk to that when you're evangelizing them. That's essentially what it's saying. Right? Point them to the Bible. Show them what the God of Abraham actually says.
Well, right? Like as a parent,
it's corrupted, Ash. So
as a parent too, like I want my kids
yeah,
to be able to.
Pope Paul VI did not know the Dawa script when he approved
when he was wrote. Yeah. He was looking over. He was like, "Yeah, looks good."
When I don't want to be the kind of parent that just shuts everything down, anything new or anything unknown, you know. So you have to build this habit of being able to chew up something and go, actually, yeah, they have a point here, they have a point here, they have a point here, they're wrong here, they're wrong here, they're wrong here. Right. And so just going, that's all wrong, that's all stupid.
That's called critical thinking.
Well, my 5-year-old asked me, Papa, did people actually go to the moon? And I looked at him and I said, son, the moon isn't real. I literally said that to somebody who was like, we never landed on the moon, you know, that's just a conspiracy. I was like, whoa.
You believe in the moon?
Like, you believe the moon is real?
And then look at him like you're crazy.
Oh shit, there's like a whole nother level of conspiracy here I didn't know about.
Level, bro. It's like, dude, are we for real? Moon don't exist. Yeah.
My son's hilarious. I could get him to play that joke on other people, and he's 5, and he would get it.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
He's also the spice eating one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dope son. W child.
Because for a while I was just like, oh, you're not gonna like this. It's spicy. He's like, Papa, I like spicy. I'm like, oh right, that's right. You do like spicy.
Please indulge.
Yeah. Well, he's not eating like habaneros or anything yet, but he'll get there.
That's yeah. That was
I mean, he's
a
half
game
Mexican,
changer.
so
Habaneros are a game changer in my opinion.
That's how he's able to do it. It's that Mexican blood.
Because
I'm pretty good with spice though. Anyways, so
he probably had Tabasco in the milk bottle. I didn't have any spice until I was like 25. I had to go through like Solomon nihilistic, bored with everything. You know, I've tried all the foods. I'm just bored. And then I started trying spice. I was like, actually, this makes it way better. Just a little bit.
But I don't like those things that are just spicy for the sake of spicy. You know what I mean? Like I'd rather something more mild that has like a lot of the pepper flavor. You know what I mean? But if you have something that's spicy and has more of it, that's better, right?
Yep.
Right.
Exactly.
Like those the mango habanero wings.
See,
from,
I don't do mango and spice.
It's good. I like it.
Mango habanero is pretty dope. You know what you should try? If you have like any shawarma places near you, get amba, which is like pickled mango sauce. If they have that with shawarma, that is amazing.
So, okay, is shawarma the meat or is shawarma the whole thing?
Shawarma is the style of cooking the meat. So you could have shawarma that's like lamb or turkey,
right.
Or chicken. Usually there's like a piece of lamb fat like mixed in with the meat, whatever it is. And then it's slow cooked on an upwards, like a vertical rotisserie, and you cut the outsides of it as it cooks.
It's
then
a Brazilian steakhouse.
It's usually served on lafa or pita, but you can also have like shawarma plates and stuff like that. I kind of like it just on a plate with rice and veggies and like grilled veggies and stuff.
Okay, so it's just the meat. Because I didn't know what shawarma was. The first time I even heard of shawarma was in the Avengers movie.
But if somebody says like, let's go get a shawarma, they mean like in a wrap of like
the
a
whole
lafa.
Thing.
Yeah,
right.
They mean like a shawarma, like with the article in front.
But I wouldn't. So like, I'm kind of weird. I'll let you go here in a second, Christian Gampa. I'm sorry, but
I was yawning.
Like
I don't remember what my thought was.
You were. Oh, you don't remember even.
No.
There's like a. So I don't really like hummus. And
you like hummus?
No. And I'm not really a huge fan of like Greek, like the gyros and stuff. There's just some things about it that I'm not a huge fan of. I'm not a huge fan
so your
of,
Protestantism is more like American culture than it is theological.
Because I don't like gyros. Yeah. No, but it's like, I don't know. I just really don't like the sauce that they put on it. And that was my whole thing. Was I thought shawarma also included all of that stuff. But
what's your favorite? What's your favorite? Well, the meat is usually spiced with like turmeric, paprika, cumin.
Yeah, all that stuff's fine. I'm just,
you get some crushed rose petal in there,
Right.
That's in Ras El Hanout. But what's your favorite non-American food? Like not common American food?
Well, Chinese food is American, so I can't say that.
Me would be like Thai food.
Do you mean like a dish specifically, or like a kind of food?
Category or dish?
Yellow curry.
So, oh man, see, I'm not a huge curry guy either. I do like beer.
I was gonna say, if you tell me you don't like hummus but you like curry, I would lose my mind.
Pad Wu Sen. Oh man, it's like this noodle.
Mongolian beef.
Dude, South Park, bro, calm down.
Shitty walk, take order, please.
Shitty walk, bro. You gang Mongolian.
You get on my shitty wall.
Anyways,
the funniest Asian accent is Vietnamese. Because like Chinese, it's just like but Vietnamese
depends
like,
which accent. There are some accents in like Mandarin accents that are pretty funny.
Pretty
Korean accents are pretty funny. because of the way that they pronounce like their F's. They can't, so it's just like a P. So, but anyways,
So I was driving from Beijing to the Great Wall, and we got this guy to drive us, this like local, and he did not know where the shit he was going. And he ends up pulling off into this like area near this like river that's like off of the road. And I'm with my friend, and I'm like, oh, he's for sure gonna try to kill us.
Yeah, it's a serial killer.
But he pulls over, and there's this old man in a pinstripe suit that's really baggy with a t-shirt under it, and he's smoking a cigarette, and he's holding a fishing rod out to the side, but not like fishing or anything. He's just holding it in the water and smoking. And this guy stops to ask him for directions. And I record. I gotta find the video somewhere if I still have it. Like it's got to be on like my Google Drive.
Is
or
it a
something.
Chinese
you got it
guy?
on video.
Yeah. And this interaction between these two, like the cab driver, like local guy who has this like taxi service that he does, had like one of those like choppy Chinese accents.
Oh no.
And then the other guy had like the sure, those pictures and
Yeah.
accents. And the interaction was just hilarious, like between them. And then the guy who was driving us, like the guy tells him like basically that he's gone the wrong way, essentially. And he goes, oh. And he's like so bummed. And then he starts to turn the wheel. He's like, and he starts to go the right way. And he like calls out the window and he goes, see ya to the other Chinese guy. I'm like, did you just say see ya to the other Chinese?
Dude, Chinese people might be the psyop, not the Jews.
They are so epic. It was so funny. And then the Great Wall is just awesome.
How you gonna be a Chinese taxi cab driver and not know where the Great Wall of China is at?
Because he has like a rundown old car and runs this like cheap car service for people in Beijing. And we're like, we'll pay you a ton of money if you take us to the Great Wall, so we don't have to take this other thing to the Great Wall. Because there was nobody else at that time who was going to take us. Like there was no we couldn't figure out.
Oh, okay.
And so he's like, yeah, I'll do that. We had like a translate app to communicate with him.
Yeah, I would say that my favorite is probably Asian, more specifically Chinese. But I've been really spoiled. We have a really good Chinese restaurant where I'm at, so I love Mexican food.
But we have a
I've
sushi
had
place.
so much of it. I love sushi.
I didn't know
love it a
Mexican
lot.
food counted as non-American. Mexican food is my favorite. God, I love Mexican food.
Well, it depends. Is it like because real like authentic Mexican food is Mexican food, but then there's like Tejano and like
No, I'm thinking
Right.
like
Tejano.
Tex-Mex.
Yeah, real Mexican would be like goats cooked underground in a clay pot.
No, I mean there's
thinking of, like, cheese
there's like
enchiladas.
northern Mexico stuff. There's like
thinking,
tamales. Like tamales are pretty dope.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Cheese enchiladas, nachos.
I took these tamales that we had that were like a day old, and I chopped them up and put them in my chicken soup.
That was good.
It was good, but my wife looked at me like I was a psychopath. Like, are you
There's
putting
just so much
tamales
flavor
in chicken
packed
soup?
into it that goes into the soup, and probably the corn helped thicken the broth a little bit.
It was
too.
pretty good, but she was looking at me like I was nuts.
Huh.
Looking at
Yeah,
you
we
like a
do also
sinner.
have a pretty good Middle Eastern restaurant down where I'm at. It's literally just chicken with like chicken bits with rice, yellow rice. It's called I don't remember anymore, but it's fantastic.
I like Indian food too. It can be
It's
pretty
not
good.
biryani. Biryani's fantastic though.
Somebody in chat said I'd kill for some good Dao Xiaomian.
Right.
Do you know how you say Jews in Chinese, in Mandarin?
How's that?
Yu Tai Rin.
You Tyron?
Yu Tai Rin. It's like, you gotta get the diphthongs right.
You Tyron.
We have a caller. It appears to be a Muslim. Do you want me to bring him up?
Yeah.
Sure.
Absolutely. All right. Welcome.
Welcome.
Good morning.
It's such a
But
provocative profile picture. All right.
oh, no. Why you couldn't say provocative? Why is that?
Anyways,
I'm a
yeah,
Palestinian. I'm a Palestinian. That's a flag of my country.
I didn't mean anything by it, my man. I didn't mean anything by it. So, why are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not here because of I am Muslim. You were talking about shawarma. You were talking about the yellow rice with chicken.
Yeah, tell us.
Yeah. Let us know, dude.
I wrote so many comments in the live chat, but nobody's paying attention. YouTube. You see,
So
first, yeah,
so
you just
are you 154?
What's your
What's
your favorite?
Okay.
What's your favorite meat for shawarma?
Yeah.
First of all, let me tell you something. What you're talking about, the yellow rice, that's they call it in Saudi Arabia as kapsa. But if you go to the Syria, Palestine, Jordan, Lebanon, especially in Jordan and Palestine, they call it as makluba, which is upside down. But if you go to India, they call it as biryani, which is my restaurant. That's
And
my
in Iran,
restaurant.
they call it zuresh pulo.
Actually, I have a restaurant, and I'm serving this all in my restaurant. So this is all Middle Eastern food.
He's coming out to plug his restaurant, guys. That's pretty cool.
Heck yeah, dude. Well, we have one down here, but it's got a specific name, and I can't remember what it is. I'll have to look it up. It's not. I would have recognized it had you said it. I'm sure what you said is correct, but
I'm not gonna lie, but Aladdin Dawa sounds like
Aladdin.
Like a certain movie. I'm sure we've all seen.
Yeah, that's my real name. Actually, that's my real name. That's
Is
my
it?
name.
That's pretty dope. Do you feel offended by the movie?
No. It's just a movie. What should I? It's just a movie.
It's pretty funny though, right?
I never get offended by any movie.
I had a Saudi Arabian friend, and he used to always tell me that I needed to stop saying hummus like a kufar. And I think he told me hummus.
It is hummus. It's not hummus. It is hummus.
Hummus.
Yes, let him say it. I want to hear the real way.
Ash is saying it correctly. Hummus.
Okay. Hummus.
Ash, are you an Arab in any way? You are an Arab, or do you speak Arabic?
I'm Israeli.
Because your accent is almost like an Arab.
Because I mostly got once I stopped keeping kosher, I mostly got shawarma and falafel from my Arab friends.
So that's it. So you know everything about it. It's an Arab Palestinian food. So you know that more than I. Because I'm West Bank actually. I'm from West Bank.
That's the one thing they have is that on that topic is that Israelis appropriated falafel and shawarma from their Arab neighbors and pretended.
That's fact. It's true. So you have to accept. It's a true. It's a true.
This is true.
That's a true. It's a Palestinian. You know, the most famous Palestinian dish is hummus, falafel, za'atar.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a Palestinian food because I think it's more Lebanese to begin with. But yeah.
No. It's originated actually from Palestine and Syria. But the best food in Sham area is from Lebanon. We can say no. The best.
Do you do the kafta with the potatoes and everything?
That's kafta when you put it with tahini. You know what's tahini? Yeah, there are two kafta. One kafta with tomato and kafta with. Actually, my business is a restaurant. I have a restaurant.
So the name of the dish that I was talking about is shish tawuk.
What's the book? Shish tawuk? What's that?
Shish tawuk. It's Mediterranean. It's literally just like what I said. I mean, it's yellow rice with chicken, lemon, herbs, salad. So
makluba. This is makluba. We call this as upside down.
The guy's Jordanian that runs the place, so he call it what he wants. I'll eat
Yeah, that's why Jordanian Palestinian food they call it makluba. When he cook it, he turn up the pot upside down. Then he, hit it at the top. Then he remove the pot, and it goes like a very very big circle ball mixed with tomato, with some vegetables, with corn flour, with chicken. We call this as makluba. Makluba means upside down. That's why when they serve it upside down. So when you said he's a Jordanian, 100% that's the dish. But they have another one in Jordan which is very famous. It's like a white soup with meat and jamid. They call it as mansaf. So this is the well-known Jordanian dish, mansaf.
Okay.
My priest is of Syrian Lebanese descent.
Cool.
Are you somehow living in the Middle East, Ash? I don't know.
Not anymore.
Because you were talking about China.
No, I not anymore.
Okay,
He lives.
because
He lives in.
I used to live in Jerusalem.
but now you are. I mean, you are living in Southeast Asia because you were talking much about China.
No, I visited China a number of years ago, but I live in the United States.
Okay, because I'm living in Southeast Asia actually in general for the past 40 years.
But
All around
you
South-
have a Levantine food restaurant in Southeast Asia,
What's that? What do you call it?
like Syria, Lebanon, like Levantine,
Of course, you can
like from
find all
the
you can find all Middle Eastern food in Japan, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in
That's pretty
Thailand,
cool.
in Vietnam, in the Philippines, all over.
That's pretty dope.
Lot of restaurants. A lot.
Where are you from originally?
I'm telling you, I'm from West Bank, Palestinian.
From what city, if you don't mind me asking?
No problem. I'm from Jenin.
You're from Jenin?
You know Arabic?
Not very much.
In the village of Arab.
Did you grow up saying kahwe or ahwe?
No, kahwe, not ahwe. Because if you
Kahwe.
go to Jenin, they say kahwe. They don't say ahwe.
Right,
Ahwe
because you're in the
is-
north. In Jerusalem, with all my friends in Jerusalem, we would say ahwe.
Not some of them. The other side of Jerusalem will say kahwe. It depends on the accent.
What does that mean?
Right.
Coffee.
Kahwe is coffee, but in a lot of the southern part, a lot of people say they drop the ka and they have a hamza, which is a glottal stop. So it goes from a ka to just like a guttural sound, like absent sound before the word.
That was some of the best coffee I ever had in my life. Was I bought some from a street vendor in Jerusalem, and it was that Turkish coffee with the cardamom in it, and it was
The
hot,
double
it was
boiled.
fresh. Yeah, it was so good. When I came home, I ordered a big bag of cardamom online, and I put that in my coffee sometimes to try to imitate it.
So he give you a short zip, right? It's a little zip that you can one
Cool.
shot or two shots.
Yep.
It's a small one. You know, that's an Arabian coffee. That's Arab strong coffee.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Do
Arabian
you
coffee.
do you like sugar in yours or no sugar?
I don't drink coffee.
Oh,
I don't drink coffee whatsoever. Never ever. I don't drink coffee.
that's I'm distrusting now because I've never met an Arab that doesn't drink coffee in my life.
I don't drink coffee. I stopped
Do you
drinking coffee 40 years ago.
Oh.
And I
Do
learned
you not
that-
like the taste?
No. I learned that when I was living in Tokyo for almost over 14 years. So I learned from Japanese how to drink mostly green tea. So
Oh, it's
what
way
I-
Oh,
healthier.
green
I
tea's
think.
pretty good.
Yeah,
It
because
is.
I was living in Tokyo for 14 years. So I learned how to eat
I-
Japanese food and all those things from Japanese people.
You lived in Japan?
14 years.
Do you
14
speak
years.
Jap-
Japanese also?
Do you speak it?
Yes, I speak Filipino, I speak Japanese, I speak Arabic, and I speak English.
Oh wow!
That's dope. How do you feel about Japanese cuisine?
What do you mean by Japanese cuisine?
Like the
their food.
You mean
I
steak?
No. Mostly they eat raw food. That's what they eat mostly, which is healthy, which is healthier than any other food. And what they do also, they call the shabu, which is shabu. They bring a pot and they boil the food, all seafood. They mix it together and you cook it while you are sitting. So that's what they're doing. But usually Japanese, before they eat anything, first thing that they do, they drink what they call the green tea. So that's the best.
Right.
And after they finish eating,
Ocha.
ocha, yes. And I advise if anybody visit Japan, try to practice. I mean, try with what they call their traditional Japanese tea ceremony. It's very nice. Which I try.
Yeah,
Now let's
no,
go back
Ocha's
to
pretty
Gol. Gol, you are the host of the stream here.
good. No, okay. Hang
Because
on.
you asked me a question, I was surprised. Actually, I don't know why.
Is that the Adhan?
Pop up in front of me, and
Is that the Adhan?
yes, the other. You
So,
won't believe. I tell you where am I at the moment, and you
Takes
won't
me
believe.
back.
Yeah, I'm living. I'm calling you right now from the Philippines, and I'm living in an area which has majority 98%, 99% Christian, but we have one of the biggest mosques, and I can hear the Adhan right now.
mhm.
It's 4 blocks, 5 blocks from my house, from my place where I'm staying right now, and I can hear it.
So, have you ever been to a proper Japanese steakhouse?
I went all around, 12, 14 years in Japan.
So, from
When I
what I
was young-
understand, they
By the
have
way, I'm
best
not as
meat.
young as you are. I am over 60 years old, so I've done this when I was young.
From what I understand, they have the best steak.
What were
And,
you doing in
you know.
Japan, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I was working. Of
Oh,
course,
okay.
I was
Did you
working
do
as a
a-
constructor and engineer, both.
Oh, an engineer. Okay, but you do a restaurant now?
No, but now my business, I have different business. One of my
Oh.
business is restaurant. I have several business in Southeast Asia, different countries in Southeast Asia. So
Did you have trouble? Did you ever have trouble early on with traveling because you were from Palestine?
no, why should I have a trouble?
I know that it's difficult sometimes to get a passport
No,
in the
because
West Bank.
I have other citizens. I've been
Okay.
living outside for the past 40 years in Southeast Asia. And I have multiple citizens, so I travel all over. I've been all around Middle East. I've been all around North Africa. I've been all around Southeast Asia. When I was
Have you
young,
Have you been to Mecca?
Of course, I go there every year. Of course, almost every other year.
How do the Muslims in Mecca feel about people from Palestine?
So let me tell you something. When you go to Mecca, nobody has time to talk about politics. What we are talking about, we are there just for a spiritual journey, to pray, to worship, to cry to God. Nobody has time. We spend most of our time in the haram.
The reason I ask is because I had a few Palestinian friends who told me that they weren't treated very nicely when the people there found out they were Palestinian.
They treat them the top. If anybody will learn that you are a Palestinian, they'll start hugging you and cry. Whatever their nationality is, Arab, European, American, as long as they're Muslims. Once they realize that a group from Palestine, they will start hugging you and crying and praying for you on the spot for no reason. Because they feel how, I don't want to talk about politics. So.
No,
That's
yeah,
fact.
for sure.
No, I understand. I was just curious. I was just curious if that was a consistent thing or that was just my.
It's true. It's
my
fact.
friend's
It's
experience.
Fact. Even in Saudi Arabia, when Palestinians go there, they have a special treatment. They have VIP treatment because they know how they are living.
Aladdin, what's the so you've been all over the world. What is the prettiest city, in your opinion, that you've ever seen?
Tokyo?
Yeah.
That makes the most sense to me.
Tokyo,
Did you ever go to Kyoto?
Yes, once. But Tokyo is the most expensive city in the world.
It's the most expensive, but from what I understand, Kyoto with the castle and the mountain and everything is like stunningly beautiful.
And it's a tour area, and I've been there just by stopover, just overnight. I didn't go around. It's because of business trip, but it's a quite cool. It's like an island. It's a nice one.
Yeah.
But I spend most of my time in Tokyo, Yokohama, Kawasaki, around Tokyo, Chiba, Saitama. And I was living close by Tokyo Disneyland, just walking distance from Disneyland, Tokyo Disneyland, Tokyo Disney Sea. And I've been to all those places when I was young. I'm now over 60 years old. I'm not as young as you are.
That's pretty cool.
Now let's go back to gold. Gold. I was surprised that when I arrived, you asked me. you asked me a question. What was you are Christian, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, that was like the point of the stream. But then we just started talking about food.
Yeah, dude. I mean, hey, I love talking about food, but I do. This is a call-in stream, and we are trying to talk to people who are not Christian and see why. And so I asked, what exactly convinced you of the truth of Islam?
See, first of all, I didn't notice that your stream says live call in. Come talk to us about religion. I didn't notice that because I heard you talking about shawarma, blah blah. So I was interested.
Yeah, well, you don't have to unless you want to. We can.
No.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Actually, if you go to my channel, you just go to Aladdin Dawah channel, and you will see me that I'm a specialist actually in comparative religion. And I studied comparative religions for more than 30 years in several languages. And I've done a lot of debates with those all famous Christian apologists like David Wood, Speaker's Corner, Bob of Speaker's Corner, Hatun, those big time, Good Logic, his brother.
What do you think of David Wood?
I don't like him. He's not an honest man. Even Christians disagree. Many Christians disagree with him. You say if you have a discussion, first thing you have to be honesty. So what he's doing always, he's twisting anything just to suit his needs as a Christian. Whatever. Excuse me, because I have to go to the doorbell. Doorbell is ringing. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, please.
Sure.
I just subscribed to him.
I thought Aladdin sounded familiar. Hang on.
Aladdin Dawah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he seems pretty nice.
Yeah. Oh, so he was on with Eric 9 hours ago. Well, I don't know if he was there. That he posted the video with him and Eric 9 hours ago.
Were they in it together? Is it? Oh, I think it's just him.
Dude,
So how did he end
clips
up?
this and posts a cool food talk with Christian?
Yeah, how did he end up watching the stream?
No idea.
Not know it, like he clicked on it, not knowing what it was, then heard about shawarma and food, and like, oh, I should probably go on, and thought it was like a Middle Eastern food channel.
So maybe he watches apologetics channels like David Wood and Eric to respond to them, and so we popped up in his algorithm, and then yeah, I don't know.
But surely
like,
the thumbnail.
He's like, these Christians don't know what they're talking about with shawarma. But then he told me my accent for the Arabic pronunciation of food was correct. So
yeah, he must be correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess we can wait for our brother, but
no, but that's how it's pronounced in, like, Israelis say hummus and Arabs say, well, there are Israeli Arabs, but in Arabic accent it would be hummus.
Hummus.
With a.
But what did you say?
Oh my God. Hummus.
Yeah, you're
comparing your pronunciation.
I was saying that the Hebrew pronunciation of hummus is hummus.
Yes, I know, because they don't have letter ha. Let's say they pronounce it as kha. Now let's go back to gold. What did you say? You thought Aladdin is what? I've heard you saying something when I went down.
Oh no, I thought your name sounded familiar. I think I'd heard some people mention you before, and I looked at your channel and I'd seen that you'd been on with your brother in Christ and a few, and you talked about how you debated David and all those guys. So I was like, yeah, I probably heard your name before.
Oh, actually, brother in Christ, my last engagement with him was a couple of days ago, or just yesterday, or the day before yesterday. He was calling live stream.
Yeah.
So I joined. I just made a small. I just uploaded yesterday a video. It's less than 4 minutes. So as soon as he recognized me, he removed me. He insulted me like he's doing always, and he's done this. So I just made a video that said, you've been challenging Muslim for the past 2 years, and you want Muslim to call in. So I called in. I answered your challenge. So why don't you let me speak? So if you would like to discuss about his favorite topic, which is, does the Quran affirm the Bible, I will be more than happy to have a discussion with you. And if you bring any others with you, even all your partner, I have no problem to discuss. But he doesn't want. He keep insulting me for no reason whatsoever.
I would like to actually address my favorite argument against Islam, if you wouldn't mind. So I believe that the Quran and Hadith both, including Tafsir, all teach determinism. Would you agree with that?
What do you mean by determinism, please?
Determinism, i.e. nothing happens outside of the will of Allah.
Everything happens by the will of Allah, and Allah do everything, and Allah knows everything. He's all-knowing before anything happens. So, I mean,
right. So not just that he's all-knowing, but that he causes everything to happen, right?
No. He doesn't cause everything. We have our own free will, and we are the one who do things, but Allah knows them before we do it.
Sure. So I'd like to bring something up to your attention, just because it seems to me as though the Quran and Hadith both teach determinism. If I can find my notes.
Hey, Aladdin, I'm going to have to get off soon because I have 2 kids that I need to take care of in the morning, and they're not going to wait for me to sleep in, and it's late where I am.
Yeah, same here.
But I want you to know you're invited on to here anytime, and I'm not going to insult you, and we can even...
Especially if you bring shawarma.
Yeah, right. So, no, you seemed very nice, and I enjoyed talking to you, and it was a positive experience, so I'm glad you stopped by. We wish it was earlier here. I could talk to you about whatever you want.
So you're the host? You're the host?
No, I am.
Okay, I'm sorry. I even don't know who is the host. I don't know what's the name of the channel.
Why don't you invite him to come on like at a specific time, like, or another stream or something like that?
I would be more than happy to, but he's the first caller that actually wants to engage, so I'm more than happy to talk to him.
Wait, you don't work tomorrow, you said?
Yeah, I don't work tomorrow.
Let me tell you something. Actually, when I speak with Christians, I always speak about things that both of us disagree upon. I don't bring some other topics. I mean, we talk about our salvation. We talk about if Jesus is God. We talk about does the Quran really affirm the Bible? As those Christians, I know you know them, claim that the Quran affirm the Bible, and they quote verses from the Quran or Hadith to prove that. You see, we are talking about those important issues. I don't go and talk about minor things that does not serve you or serve me as a Muslim or you as a Christian. Is not really connected to our salvation. Let's talk about the will, free will between Islam and Christianity. I speak about all those things. You understand what I'm saying? I hope that it's about major things, not things that
Well, my argument, so like I said, this is my favorite arguments against Islam. So it stems from determinism. So the reason I bring it up is because I think it's a good argument. So it says in Surah An-Nisa, verse 143, it says, well, I'll start in verse 142.
Just a minute, let me open the Quran. Come again, what's that? Surah An-Nisa?
Surah An-Nisa, ayat 143.
Okay, that's chapter 4, 143. Okay.
But we're starting in verse. So it says, and you guys, Ash and Gadfly, are more than welcome to head out whenever, but it says in verse 142, see you, my man.
See you next time.
In verse 142, indeed, the hypocrites think to deceive Allah, but He is deceiving them. And when they stand for prayer, they stand lazily, showing themselves to the people and not remembering Allah except a little. And it says in verse 143, wavering between them, i.e. belonging neither to these nor to those, i.e. the disbelievers, and whoever Allah sends astray, never will you find for him a way. So it sounds to me as though Allah is leading people astray, and that sounds very much like determinism, right? That Allah leads people astray and He leads people to the way. It says that same thing in the Quran as well.
So you're talking about وَمَنْ يُضْلِلِ اللَّهِ فَلَنْ تَجِدْ لَهُ سَبِيلًا. That's what you're talking about.
Right.
So you're saying that God misguide everybody, right?
No, not everybody. The Quran doesn't say everybody. It just says, those who Allah leads astray, you won't find for them a way. And we know other verses in the Quran. I'm sure you're familiar with verses that say that the Lord.
No, I want you to bring me all those verses because I'm aware of all of them, by the way.
Yeah, no, he leads. So He leads people to the way as well. So we have in 6:25, Surah 6, verse 25.
Come again, Surah
number 6. Al-An'am.
Just a minute. 4, 143, then 6. What's that again?
Yep. 25.
6:25. So let me go also as well. See, I'm following what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, please.
I didn't talk it. 6.
My Quran.com is being very slow at the moment, so I can't. I have the reference in my note, just not the actual verse itself. Would you mind reading 6:25 for me?
By the way, I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
فمن يريد الله أن يهديه يشرح صدره للإسلام ومن يريد أن يضلله يجعل صدره ضيقا حرجا كأنما يضعه في السماء up to the end of the verse. So
there we go. 6 verse 25. Come on. All right. It says, and among them are those who listen to you, but we have placed over their hearts coverings, lest they understand it, and in their ears deafness. And if they should see every sign, they will not believe in it. Even when they say to you, arguing with you, those who disbelieve say, this is not but the legend of the former people. So we have here that Allah is essentially blinding and deafening the ears of these people. Another verse reference that I would go to is chapter 7. Chapter 7 and verse number 179. Oh man, don't do that again.
179, okay? That's what you're talking. 179.
Yep. It says, and we have certainly created for hell many of the jinn and mankind. They have hearts with which they do not understand. They have eyes with which they do not see. And they have ears with which they do not hear. Those are like livestock. Rather, they are more astray. It is they who are the heedless. So it says that Allah actually created many jinn and people of mankind for hellfire. And so I think that those three verses put together kind of paint a big picture that Allah is deterministic, right? He causes everything to happen, including the disbelief of the unbelievers. I would also point to Sahih Muslim 2662C, and I can repeat that for you.
Actually, oh, everybody left. It's only me and you.
Yes, it is just me and you.
I'm sorry. I didn't notice that.
No, it's okay. I wouldn't mind.
266.
2662.
Because I have to step. Because I have to step out for prayers. You heard the adhan as he told you a while ago. So I
Right.
still have 15 minutes.
No, yeah, that's okay. So it's 2662C.
Okay, what does it say?
I will read it for you.
And what is it? What is it? Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, or what is it?
Muslim.
Okay, what? Come again. What is that? 266. Come again.
2662.
Yes.
Yes. C.
Doesn't say C. Okay.
Letter C. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have all this stuff pulled up. But
Yeah.
it says here on Sunnah.com, it says Aisha, the mother of the believers, said that Allah's messenger was called to lead the funeral prayer of a child of the Ansar. I said, Allah's messenger, there is happiness for this child who is a bird from the birds of paradise, for committed no sin, nor has he reached the age when one can commit sin. He said, Aisha, peradventure it may be otherwise, because God created for paradise those who are fit for it, while they were yet in their father's loins, and created for hell them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins.
I'm sorry, I lost you for a while. Why? You're gone and you're back.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I'll just read it again. It says, Aisha, the mother of the believer, said that Allah's messenger was called to lead the funeral prayer of a child of the Ansar. I said, Allah's messenger, there is happiness for this child who is a bird from the birds of paradise, for committed no sin, nor has he reached the age when one can commit sin. He said, Aisha, peradventure it may be otherwise, because God created for paradise those who are fit for it, while they were yet in their father's loins, and created for hell those who were to go to hell. He created them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins. So we have here this idea that Allah actually created certain people for heaven and others for hell. That, along with, I think this one is the one that I really like to get to. Here it is. So it says in, I'll give you the reference as soon as I can. This is Sunan ibn Majah.
No, I'm aware of hadith, by the way.
Yeah.
All those things you said.
So this is Sunan ibn Majah, hadith number 91. It's in volume 1, book 1.
You see, let me tell you something. You see what have you done here? And that's one of the things that I disagree with Muslims or Christians if they do this. They start shotgun each other's. I bring you 3, 4, 5, boom. Then he will give you 3 or 4, 5. You see, I mean, for me, sure. I like to speak about one.
No, I can't. I was just trying to show you why I believe that Islam teaches determinism. Not necessarily. I'm not trying to challenge you on all of these.
No, it's okay. No, I understand.
I was just trying to say that. Yeah, I think that this. So it says and I don't mean to overwhelm you or anything like that, but I think this one is really good for us.
Okay, let me answer you. Let me answer you.
Go ahead.
First of all, you got the hadith that I'm aware of, hadith number 2662C. Actually, there's another version of the hadith which they are not telling you about. So please, next time, with all due respect to you, if you want to learn about Islam, try to learn about Islam from the right sources. Like me, if I want to learn about Judaism, I go actually to chabat.org and I read what Rabbi Rashi or Rabbi Ben Ezra says about the Hebrew Jewish Tanakh. If I want to read about the New Testament, I go to Christian scholars and I read from them. I never go to an antichrist to learn from him about Christ. I will never go to a Jewish man or a Jewish rabbi and tell him, please teach me about Jesus. He will knock him down. That's because he denied him. Now, what you have done, with all due respect to you, you are listening to those who are throwing things and claims about Islam without going and doing your own homework to make sure if what they are saying is true or false. Now, the hadith you quote, we have another hadith, another version of the hadith, what says that Prophet Muhammad went to that child, they brought this child to Prophet Muhammad to pray to the child because the child was considered as Muslim. Now, this hadith, we call it hadith of destiny. And the reason for the hadith is that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam uh, returned to Aisha after he had prayed the funeral prayer for the child from the Ansar. Aisha said to Prophet Muhammad, this will be bird from the birds of Jannah, birds of paradise, birds of heaven. Prophet Muhammad answered her in this hadith, which you quote, what is meant in the hadith that Allah Almighty knowledge of what is to come and exist, and Allah wrote it before He created the heavens and the earth, and before He even created the children of Adam, meaning that Allah wrote what would happen to them in the future. This, you know what I'm saying? This writing is based on Allah's knowledge of things before they happen, the knowledge of unseen that nobody knows about is except Allah. Allah wrote this knowledge in the preserved tablet. You know what I'm saying? All matters are
right.
clear to Allah before they happen. So Allah is not saying that they are not going to heaven. The purpose of Prophet Muhammad hadith is telling you that Allah is all knowing. So you don't come and say that he's going there or going here, because it's all in the, even though we have so many other hadiths said that they are birds of Jannah. You get the point? So don't look into one hadith and leave other hadith. Islam is like a puzzle. You can't take part and throw the other part. Exactly like what you have done with the verses of the Holy Quran. You quote verses from the Holy Quran, which you read, unfortunately, all of them takes out of context. So if you read the entire context from the beginning of the chapter, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was talking about those people that He guided, and He showed them the right word for guidance. And Allah spoke about those people who choose to be misguided. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala here is talking about those who choose to be misguided. And Allah is telling us He knows in advance that they will choose to be misguided, even though Allah showed them the right way, the right path of guidance. But He gave them what they desire to. So He gave them the free will to choose. He's not the one who did. He knows in advance, exactly as the hadith you mentioned. He knows in His unseen knowledge, before anything created, that this such person will come and he will choose to be like this. So He gave him whatever he desired to. He did not impose him to go to the other way. He gave him his free will. So that's the meaning of the verses that you quote. And I can give you many verses prove this from the Holy Quran, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us our free will to choose whatever we want. Okay? Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think that man, where is this one?
I'll give you an example.
I'm sure you may be familiar with the hadith that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know it, and I can give you even the other hadith.
Well, here, I'll just describe it for you. So there was a certain of the companions who came to Muhammad, and he said, "Hey, if a person does he said something like, if a person does a sin, was that his choice or did Allah decree that for him?" And Muhammad said that was a decree, that sin was decreed. I forget, man, I don't have it in my notes either. I apologize. I thought that I was a little bit more prepared on this one than I ended up being. But I understand what you're saying. I also just I don't necessarily grant that the hadith all are non-contradictory. Like I do believe that your hadith do contradict with one another, and so whenever I look at a hadith that says, "Hey, this kid might be actually in hell because Allah actually created him for hell," Aisha, you don't know. Even if there are other hadith that say all kids go to heaven, I don't know that those two are compatible, right?
You see, that's what I'm telling you with all due respect to you. I don't know. You are also live in TikTok? Because
no, just on YouTube.
I thought those comments, I thought that's TikTok. Anyway, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
You see, what you are doing here, exactly what David Wood is doing, God Logic is doing, Hatun is. Let me finish, please. I hope that you will not interrupt me. They are reading.
First of all, I wasn't interrupting you. I was thinking about something.
So my bad. I'm sorry. My bad. I thought that you were about to say something.
No.
You see, what they are doing, they are reading the Holy Quran, the Hadith, in a Christian context and perspective to suit their needs. But they are not reading it from an Islamic sources. Like what you have done a while ago, and you quote those verses of the Holy Quran, and you are reading them in a Christian context and perspective according to your Christianity. You are not reading them according to the Islamic point of view. So my
Well,
advice.
if I was reading them according to an Islamic point of view, I'd be a Muslim, right?
No. I'm not saying about that. You see, this is what I'm talking about.
What I'm saying is, if I accept your explanations for everything, then I would totally just be a Muslim, right? The reason that I have these problems is because I reject a lot of your guys' explanations for these things, you know? So, like, I don't understand why I have to read everything through an Islamic lens when things can just seem to be contradictory or false. Brother brought up another hadith. But we don't have to.
I'm not yet done. Before you bring any other hadith, I don't know you're talking who's brother. I don't know. So I'm not yet done, please. You just cut me off to understand. You see, I told you I would love to discuss with you and all your friends. You sound so respectful, but I do not like a person who throw a lot of claims at the same time. You shotgun me this hadith, that hadith, this way, that. We take them one at a time. Now I'm trying to reply to you. So what I was trying to tell you that I will give you some verses from the Holy Quran to show you that Allah gave us our own free will.
So now you're going to shotgun verses to me.
No. I will use no. I'm trying to answer you back. I'm not.
Okay, but again, like you can see how that's what I was trying to do for you, was say, hey, I believe that the Islam teaches determinism, and here's why. And you accused me of shotgunning verses. I wasn't trying to shotgun verses. I was just trying to say, I think that because of the consensus of what this teaches, Qadar is for all intents and purposes exhaustive divine determinism.
You see, the entire point here that you're trying to say that mankind doesn't have their own free will, it's determinism, and God is the one who decides what to do. That's the point. I understand. And you gave so many verses trying to support your claim, and you quote one hadith, two hadith, and you're trying. See, that's what I'm telling you. So throwing me just a couple of verses, you made already your point. Now I'm trying to reply to you, telling you that the Holy Quran, it's not one part and throw other part. When you read the Holy Quran, you have to read the entire Quran, the Holy Quran entirely. It's like a triangle has three corners. You have to read those three corners. If you leave one of them, you are lost. No more triangle here. Now, what I'm trying to quote from you, verses from the Holy Quran, where Allah is telling us that we have our own free will. And we are the one who decided to be misguided or guided, as I explained to you a while ago. For example, if you read in Surah Yunus, chapter 10, verse 99, Allah says, وَلَوْ شَاءَ رَبُّكَ لَآمَنَ مَنْ فِي الْأَرْضِ كُلَّهُمْ. In English, the meaning of the verse, and if the Lord willed, all who are in the earth would have believed together. So if it's the will of God, He would like us to all believe. If it is His will. So He gave us here the free will, if you read the context, to choose to be guided or misguided.
So the way that I would read this verse would be that had God willed to do that, then everyone would have believed. I don't think it's saying that God does will that everyone believes. I think it's just saying that had God willed that everyone believe, then everyone would. So I can actually pull this up real quick.
No,
I'll put it on the screen.
You see, I'll tell you why you cannot give your own interpretation. You see, it is all about lack of knowledge in the Arabic language, or not knowing even the Arabic language. And before read the Quran, to understand the Quran, you have to know Arabic grammars. So if you go to the Arabic grammars and read the Holy Quran according to the Arabic grammars, where the grammars, the source of grammars is the Quran. Right. So you will realize, because of those grammatical things that we have in the verse, we are giving the correct interpretation grammatically. But what you are giving already contradict the grammars of the verse. So it doesn't work. So what you are doing, with all due respect to you, are reading English translation for the meaning of the Holy Quran, which has nothing to do with grammars. And you are twisting the English, you even throw them. You throw the interpretation under the bus, and you want to give your own interpretation and you want to impose it on me. With all due respect to you, my friend, I will say something that might offend you, and I hope you will understand like I'm understanding you. Now,
yeah, of course. I'm not offended by what you're saying. Of course not.
Jewish rabbi and scholars, you know what did they say? They said Christian corrupted the Hebrew Jewish Tanakh by add, delete, and change, and they corrupted the Hebrew Jewish text to impose Jesus and Trinity on the Jew, and they throw all Jewish interpretation and verses under the bus to suit their needs. So they were reading the Hebrew Jewish Tanakh in a Christian perspective and context to suit their needs as a Christian. Now we are doing the same thing with the Holy Quran. For us as a Muslim, it doesn't work this way. If you want to discuss with me, please bring me my books, bring me the things that I accept as a Muslim. And if you disagree with them, give me a valid reason why you disagree what it's written in the book. But what you are doing here, you are telling me you disagree with them, and you are not giving me a valid reason, logical, rational reason why you disagree. Now, I can use the same argument with you, by the way, and I can show you as well that you don't have free will in Christianity as a Christian.
Yeah,
In
I would be
Jesus doesn't have.
I would be more than happy to talk about that later, but so it says here in Kathir, this is Ibn Kathir abridged, of course, but he says the meaning is, O Muhammad, if it had been the will of your Lord. So not that the Lord does will this, but if it had been the will of the Lord, then
So
he
it
would
is
have
not the
made
will of
all
your
the
Lord.
people. Yeah,
So
so
it's
it is not
Yeah.
God's will that all people believe.
So it's our will. So we are the one who decided either to believe or not. It's not
That's
the will of God. Please, you see, you read part of the verse, but you did not continue the entire verse. Please read the full verse. This is what I'm telling you. That's what you are doing now. You are following what I'm sorry. You are following whatever David Wood or his group are saying. That's what you are saying.
I
That's
did
what you're
not get
saying.
this argument from David Wood, first of
That's
all.
their argument. That's the argument
This
of
is not one of his favorite arguments that he uses.
no, it's not favorite argument, but this is one Sam Shaman argument.
I mean,
logic argument.
I'm
That's
aware
their
that
argument.
Christian apologists do use this argument, and I quite like it. I think it's a good argument, which is why I'm presenting it to you. But I understand that you can't just read part of the verse, but I feel like the part of the verse that I read is pretty clear by itself. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Can you read the full verse in English translation?
and
please?
had your Lord willed, those on earth would have believed, all of them entirely. Then, O Muhammad, would you compel the people in order that they may become believers? He's saying, Muhammad, why are you trying to compel these people to be believers when God doesn't even want them to be saved or
Excuse
be
me.
Muslims?
Excuse me. No. God is not telling Prophet Muhammad why. It's a
That's
question. Can I finish, please? You see, that's what you are doing here. You are giving your own interpretation. That's what I'm telling you. What you are saying is not in the verse or in the interpretation. So I gave you what Islam is saying, and I went to the Arabic language.
you
And
gave me what you're saying. This
No,
is
no,
what
no,
Kathir is
no,
saying.
no. Can I finish, please?
Dude, you can't keep saying, can I finish? You pause and I start talking.
Okay, I will listen to you. Please say whatever you want. I will mute myself until you finish.
No, you don't have to. I was just responding like, look, this doesn't just seem to be what Kathir seems to say the exact same thing here. I understand you may have a different interpretation than Ibn Kathir, but I don't know, like, why you said whenever I should look at Islam, I should look at the scholars, and here I'm looking at Kathir, and it seems to be as though Kathir is saying that God does not will to make all people believe.
Exactly. If it's His will, He will make us all believe. But
okay, so everything does happen by God's will.
Can I finish, please? You see,
No. This is a line of
you know what's the
questioning.
meaning
This is
of
what he
if?
said.
What is the meaning of if?
If, as in perhaps, like maybe, or if this thing happens.
What does the verse say?
If it had been the will of the Lord.
Very good. So it's very good. If it has been the will of the Lord, what is the will of the Lord?
To save everyone.
So His will is to save everyone.
That's not what the verse says.
Yes, that's what the verse is saying. I'm reading it.
That's what he's saying. If it had been the will of your Lord, right? Not that it is the will of your Lord. I think that's the important comparison that he's drawing.
You see, I will make you happy, and I will go with you, and I will open now Tafsir Ibn Kathir. So I'll make you happy.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So
I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that. I would very much like to be kind.
I will open what you are reading, and I will read it.
This is abridged. I'm not sure. I'm just kind of trusting what the translators here are saying, of course, but.
You are using Quran.com? That's what you're using?
Quran.com, yes, sir.
Okay, that's what you're using. Because, by the way, I don't need to go to any English translation or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I trust your translation and your opinion, obviously, as a person who speaks Arabic.
Ibn Kathir says in Arabic, that's what I'm reading right in front of me,
Right.
which you have in English. يقول تعالى ولو شاء ربك يا محمد لأذن لأهل الأرض كلهم في الإيمان بما جئتهم به. Which means, if it was the will of your Lord, O Muhammad, I will permit all mankind to believe in what you came with, to believe in the Quran and Islam. And they will all become a Muslim. But ولكن له حكمة فيما يفعله تعالى كما قال تعالى وَلْشَاءَ رَبُّكَ لَجَعَلَ. But Allah has a wisdom out of that. Then he quote verses from the Holy Quran. You have the English with you? You follow
Yeah,
up
it's right here. It's right here. Yep.
You say وَلَوْ شَاءَ رَبُّكَ لَجَعَلَ. Then he quote the verse in Arabic. Then he quote chapter Hud, verse 118 and 19. أفلم يأن للذين آمنوا ولو شاء. He quote some verses from the Holy Quran. ولهذا قال تعالى فأنت تكره الناس. Therefore God says what it's mentioned at the end of the verse. Are you, what do you call that in English? What does he say at the end of the verse? Who's the Muhammad compelled men until they are believers. At the end I'm reading. Okay, Ibn Kathir doesn't say what you're saying. I'm reading it. It doesn't say. إلى غير ذلك. He quote so many verses from the Holy Quran to show you that man has their own free will. That's what he quote. He quote almost 7 or 8 verses in front of me, or 9 verses.
Well, I mean, you can quote a ton of verses and still be wrong about the interpretation.
For example, Surah Fatih.
I understand. I have it right here. But what I'm saying is that it doesn't really appear to be saying what you're saying, right? It really does say, if it had been the will of your Lord, and that's what you read, and that's what you translated from Arabic. If it was the will of your Lord, he would make the people of the earth believe. So what he's saying is, look, it's not God's will that everyone on earth believes.
You see, I want you to open one of the verses that he quote.
Yeah, I have them all right here.
No. I want you to open the verse. Let me find it.
Surely I shall fill hell with jinn and men together. Surah 11, 118, 119.
No, not the one that you quote. I'm looking for that verse that Ibn Kathir used, because this verse.
Yeah, it's right here. I have it on the screen for everyone to see. It's Surah 11, 118, and 119. That's what you said earlier.
I'm sorry, because my eyesight is not that good.
No, that's okay. It's okay. I have it.
See, now I'm reading one of the verses that Ibn Kathir quote.
Right.
In his tafsir. Can you go with me to that verse, please? Because that verse.
Which one?
Yeah. He mentioned chapter 35, verse 8.
35, 8. Let's go there.
That's what he quoted in his tafsir. Ibn Kathir. One of the verses that he quoted.
And verse 8.
That was mentioned in the tafsir of Ibn Kathir. I'm quoting Ibn Kathir now.
Yeah. It's up on the screen now for everybody. All right, let's read it.
Can you read it, please?
I'll read it in English. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Then is one to whom the evil of his deed has been made attractive, so he considers it good, like one rightly guided. For indeed, and guides whom he wills.
You were lost again. You were frozen for a while.
Sorry. It says, then is one to whom the evil of his deed has been made attractive, so he considers it good, like one rightly guided. For indeed, Allah sends astray whom he wills, and guides whom he wills. So do not let yourself perish over them in regret. Indeed, Allah is knowing of what they do.
You see what does it say here?
It says that God sends astray whom he wills and guides whom he wills. That sounds like he determines what they do.
No, can I finish, please? Now here, what I'm telling you, it's a lack of knowledge.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Grammatically, when we say Allah sent astray whom he wills, here Allah is not talking about his will. He's talking about the will of the servant. So the will of the servant is to be astray. So Allah gave him his will. Grammatically, according to the Arabic grammars, when you read the verse in Arabic. Then after that, Allah said, and guides whom he wills. The will here is not talking about the will of Allah. It talks about the will of the creation, mankind. So he is the one who chose to be guided. So Allah gave him his free will to be guided. So he gave him what he asked for. So here Allah is talking of the will of the servant, that we are the one who choose to be either astray or that's Arabic grammars, which you are not of. You understand? So that's the end of the issue.
But here in the translation, the he is capitalized, so it seems like the translator of this very much thought that the he refers to Allah and not to the he as in the one whom he is sending astray or guiding.
No, you are mistaken. If you
Well, the
go
translator is mistaken. I didn't say that.
no, no, can I? Okay, okay, you're done. I will listen to you. Please go on.
Absolute no. You keep pretend. That was all I had to say, right? He is capitalized. So what that says to me is that the translators thought that the he in both he wills in this sentence refers to Allah and not to the one whom is said led astray or guided.
So you're finished now.
Yes, sir.
Now what you are doing here, you are reading English translation for the meaning of the Holy Quran, and each translator choose the words that suit his understanding to use the words that he think it is according to what he's reading in Arabic. Now I'm reading to you what is in Arabic. Now when you say he is capital, so therefore it's referred to Allah, I agree with you. But here it talks about he, the wills of Allah that servant seek. You understand? Grammatically, when he said he, Allah is giving the servant his will. So he connected the will here. I don't know how to say that in English. Wallahi, I'm trying my best to. English is my third language. So what I'm trying to tell you here, grammatically, according to the verb, if you have any Arab, honest Arab Christian who knows Arabic grammars, please invite him here and we will read this together, and you will see that here. You go to the tafsir. You see what's happening here, my friend. May I know what's your name, please?
My name is Chase.
Chase, okay, Chase.
Yes, sir.
Well, nice talking to you, Chase.
Very nice
Chase,
talking to you.
Yes. What's happening here? That's you are. I'm sorry. You are trying to be so argumentative, and you are trying to impose your wrong understanding of the Holy Quran on me. You asked me a question, I gave you the answer according to Islamic sources. You want to accept it, okay? You don't accept it, it's okay with me. I have no problem whatsoever. At least I gave you my answer according to our sources.
Sure.
But what you are doing it. Yeah, when I say something, go on, please.
No. No, I was just agreeing with you. I'm sorry, I won't.
No. So now, with all due respect to you, as I told you a while ago, if you don't mind me asking you about the Bible, is that okay? I answered you the best I could in regard of Islam. So can I ask you a question now, please, if you don't mind?
So just to be clear, like I mean, I understand exactly what you're saying, but it just like those words that I'm reading really just don't seem to mean what you're saying. But that's okay. We can agree to disagree. You wanted to talk about scripture. I'd be more than happy to talk about that.
No, I will use the same topic. I'm not going
Please,
out of the topic.
Go ahead.
Same topic. Now, when Jesus says, I can do nothing by my will, but by the will of the one who has sent me.
Right.
So does Jesus have his own will or not?
Yeah, so he shares a will, right, with the Father and the Spirit.
No, that was not my question. Please pay attention to my question. I'm not asking if he's sharing the will with them or not. That was not my question, please. Listen to my question.
Okay.
Jesus said, I can do nothing by my will. I'm reading English, that explicit English.
Mm-hmm.
I can do nothing by my will, but by the will of the one who has sent me. Now, my question here, does Jesus have his own will or he follow the will of the Father?
Well, like I said, they have the same will, right?
So what does it mean when Jesus says, I can do nothing by my will? What does that?
Right.
Let's say,
So
if I say, I can do nothing by myself, so that means I need someone else to help me to do something. So when Jesus says, I can do nothing by my will, so does that mean he can do it alone or he cannot? But I cannot. He said, I cannot. What does I cannot mean?
Yeah, it means, right, an inability to do something. So whenever he says, it's like this, I find this analogy very helpful, and I hope you will as well. Whenever, like if you're in the military, right, you have the sniper and you have the CO, the commanding officer. And the sniper will not pull the trigger without the CO, the commanding officer, saying that it is that gives him the go ahead, right? You know, you're not going to shoot you're not going to shoot the enemy without the commanding officer saying that it's okay. It's not that the person doesn't possess the ability to do something. It's just that he is responsible to his commanding officer and will not fire upon his enemy unless his enemy says, or unless the commanding officer says, go ahead. the same thing with the Lord Jesus, right? Whenever he says, I can do nothing of my own will, he is doing nothing outside of the will of the Father, right? That is the will that they share. He is responsible to the Father, and whatever the Father says for him to do, that's what he does, right? We read that elsewhere in the Gospels where it says that I do nothing except that the Father shows me, and that I do, right?
You see, now here you made a mistake.
Okay.
I am a little bit, I have a little bit knowledge about the will. When you come to the Orthodox, they say that the Father and the Son, they have the same nature and the same will, and the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father alone. If you come to other denominations, I think like Protestant or Catholic, they say the Father and the Son, they have two different will, and they have two different nature, and the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. So Christians among themselves, let me finish, please. That Christology.
Well, that was wrong, though. Catholics don't think that the Father and the Son have two different natures.
It's not the Catholic, it's the Protestant. Don't let me know.
We don't believe that either.
No. I can't give you this.
Please, yeah, but I don't want you to keep believing that Catholics believe that the Father and the Son have two different natures. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm just saying, like, that's, I want you to be correct on what you say.
By the way, I'm not speaking of myself. I can give you the Christian sources. That's according to the author. Yeah, that's according to the Orthodox.
I would love to see that there is. I'm not aware of any Christian who says that the Father, Son, and Spirit have different natures.
Now, let me open the source and I'll give it to you. Though you read it by yourself.
Please go ahead.
It's in Arabic. It's coming from the Orthodox Coptic Church. All you have to do is click right and translate to English. Then you will read the title of the topic. That's coming from the biggest Orthodox church in the Middle East, which is the Orthodox Coptic Christian Church in Egypt. That's what they said. The title is just a minute because I'm saving it here. ما هي الاختلافات الجوهرية. But yeah, that's it. Come on. I'll just post in a private chat. I hope that you can open it. Then after that, I hope it will open with you. Actually, if we are in TikTok, I could have opened my cam and show it to you right away. So you are reading it. So that's not from me.
Just to clarify, though, I will have to go in just a few minutes. Not for any reason, but it's about to be very late.
Okay, I know you can save this link for yourself and you can look it up.
I would
like to share one verse with you.
Go ahead.
You said that he will caps, that's mean God's will. The Bible says the same thing. If you read Romans chapter 9, verse 15.
I would love to talk about Romans 9.
Yeah, 9:15.
Yep.
For he said to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will. I is caps referring to God. So he have mercy on who he has will, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. So here it's the will of God. So it's the will of God to have mercy. It's not your will. It's the will of God.
Where in Romans 9 does it say that it is not God's will to have mercy on everyone?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why you don't have your own will.
I think you misunderstood what I said. I'll repeat it. I said, where in Romans chapter 9 does it say that God does not want to have mercy on everyone?
He said, whom I will.
Yeah, can whom I will be everyone?
So that is that English? I don't know. No, when I go to the original Greek, or if I go to the original Arabic language, it doesn't say everyone. It says when he says whom I will. So does that mean everybody? Why he did it? If it's everybody, why did it say everyone?
I need a valid reason to think that it's not everyone.
Anyway, my friend, because you need to go, and I really need to go to the mosque as well.
No, yeah, please go ahead. I understand. I've done extensive look into Christianity. I know for a fact that we're not determinists. I have written a lot of stuff on Romans 9. I'm well aware. I'm well aware of the arguments. I'm well aware of the arguments. I don't think that it is saying what you think it's saying, and I think that there's very good reasons for that, and I can point you to the same chapter to talk about that. But if you have to head out, I will not stop you. I also
I really have to go to the mosque. It was nice talking. Please, the link I give you, chat, look it up. Just open it. It's an Arabic. Click right, translate. All I said came from this link.
Yeah,
which is the
absolutely.
biggest Christian church in the Middle East, which is the Orthodox Coptic Church in Egypt. There are over 20 million Coptic Christian. They are the biggest Christian denominations in the Middle East, and that is their main link. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
God
thank you
bless
for
you.
coming up. You're
Have to
very
step up.
respectful.
Nice talking to you.
I'm
God bless.
glad
God
glad
bless.
we got to have a good talk.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Cool. You guys can decide for yourself. I really do think that the Quran teaches determinism. I think that's very obvious. I hope you all understand I wasn't trying to shotgun him with verses towards the end or towards the beginning. I was very much just trying to show that I think that this is the consensus of the Quran. I would have been more than happy to engage with him on any specific Quranic claim. It does become um, very difficult whenever they start to go to the Arabic. Not because I think it actually says what they are saying, but because there's just kind of a supremacy there. But it really does, like he was, I mean, you all were reading that same tafsir on the screen with me, right? And it literally said, it is not according to, like, it is according to God's decree. That's what it said on the screen. I wasn't making that up. So yeah, I mean, I know I'm too nice. I didn't particularly want to be mean because I didn't want to um I didn't want to make him upset. I yeah, I don't know. But yeah, and then obviously, hey, so here, before I head out, I would love to show you guys why I believe that Romans 9 does not teach determinism. So if we come on here to Legacy Standard, Romans chapter 9, share screen, Romans 9. So here in Romans chapter 9, pull this up. I'll make it a little bit bigger for you guys. But here it says, wow, that was really unhelpful. Okay. It says, I am telling the truth in Christ. I am not lying. My conscience testifies with me in the Holy Spirit that I have great sorrow and unceasing grief in my heart. For I could wish that I myself were accursed, separated from Christ for the sake of my brothers, my kinsmen according to the flesh, who are Israelites. I'll just go ahead and stop reading there. So when he quotes 9:15 and says, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion, nowhere in this whole passage does it say that the Lord doesn't want to have mercy on whom on everyone, or compassion on everyone. Now I do think that his will to have mercy on someone also is dependent on your decision to believe, right? Now he wants to have mercy on you, but his active desire to make it happen is effectual upon belief, right? And he has mercy on you at that point. But he has compassion on everyone, right? They do understand the argument's force, and I think that that's why he was trying to be very forceful. I don't know why he kept accusing me of interrupting him. I I don't know. I felt like I was being so much nicer than literally any other Christian debater, and they still come at me like assuming that I'm like I have bad intentions. Like I just genuinely don't think that that's what your Quran is saying. And I know you can pull the whole Arabic card, but I don't know. Like that's just legitimately not what it looks like. Yeah. So then he has mercy on whom he desires, and he hardens whom he desires. Absolutely. Now this does imply that, hey, he doesn't harden everyone. But what do we read about in Pharaoh's case? We read that Pharaoh hardened his own heart several times before. Sorry, what do we read about in Pharaoh's case? Is we read over and over and over again that Pharaoh hardened his own heart before the Lord ever stepped foot into the arena. So I wish I would have had somebody else here. Yeah, I wish I would have had somebody else here to kind of hear that whole interaction and talk about it, because I do think that he's a nice guy, and I don't necessarily think he was trying to be disingenuous. I genuinely think that he is deceived. And I will continue to pray for him. But I love him nonetheless, and I'm glad you all were here, got to see that with me, kind of witness the. I mean, I'm not being like. I'm not being conceited whenever I say that that's literally not what he was reading, right? Like, that is exactly what he read in the Quran and in the Tafsir. Ibn Kathir said, everything happens by the decree of God. Oh, I've had Adam on before, or we've been on with Adam. I don't know. I don't understand. I thought that it was very clear. I think that it's very clear. And if we can't, yeah, he did seem a bit bullyish. Not, I don't want to say that it was intentional. I think he just, well, I think that's just kind of how he does it now, because that's how everyone kind of is in the apologetic scene. But I will strive to be kind, despite everything. And I think he respected that. So, but anyways, I am going to head out. No hard feelings toward him at all. But I just don't know. That's literally just not what the verse said. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that's where I will leave the stream off. I appreciate each and every one of you. And in true Chris fashion, I will leave you all with some scripture, but not his scripture. I will leave you off with my ending. Instead of, may the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, fellowship of the Holy Spirit, may the love of God, the fellowship of the Holy Spirit, and the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you always, I will say, peace be to the brethren, and love with faith, from God the Father and the Lord Jesus. Grace be with all them that love our Lord Jesus Christ in sincerity. Amen.